Yeah. Dulo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Tuambie.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. It's my first time to join this show. Actually, I feel glad because this is a very fruitful conversation. It's very important. Uh, so concerning the politics of Kenya, and especially at a time that we are approaching general elections, I would tend to be quite neutral and in this, and I believe that the Kenyan politics are actually angled towards, they tend to angle towards the tribal aspects. We find that, like now, I believe for the regions controlled by Raila and Ruto, we can say that they have not slept. So actually, the battle here is in Mount Kenya. And I believe that it is Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, actually still has a clout in in Central. And therefore, as far as I know, if you ask a question of whether Mount Kenya is slipping away, then we don't know whether it is slipping away at the hands of Ruto or who. But I believe it is actually the president that still has a say. And so far, he has not talked about. But for the regions like Rift Valley, Coast, Nyanza, I believe they are still under the control of Raila and Ruto. Yeah.
Okay. Girigiri. Bwana, mute your mic tupe mawaidha. Tunaona Ruto amepewa sleepless night na baba mpaka siku hizi ameanza kucampaign mpaka saa 8 usiku. What is happening? Watu wametoka wazimu. Girigiri, talk bana.
Yeah. Wanisikia?
Yes, endelea.
Hello?
Endelea bana.
Oh, sawa. Ruto alifikiria ametangulia ni Mount Kenya. Sasa wenye walikuwa ni kama, mimi sidhani kama alikuwa ametangulia kuenda, lakini ni vile alikuwa anaenda na handouts, alafu akavuta wale watu wa chini na mambo ya bottom up. Watu wakafikiria eti tayari ashatoboa. Sasa vile watu sahii wameelezwa tena mambo ya bottom up, wanaelezwa ni kama sahii walio wanasiasa wanasema eti bottom up ni kama pesa itakuwa inatoka kwa watu wa chini wakienda juu, ambapo watu wa chini pia wameanza kufikiria hii kitu ni kama itatuumiza tena. Basi mimi hiyo ndio naona Mount Kenya pale watu wanakuwa chini ya maji kidogo kiasi. Sawa.
Okay, sawa. WG. Acha kusikiza WG. Unmute your mic na utupe mawaidha yako. Tunaona mtu wenu Ruto sahi ni kama ameangalia akaona hii kitu anaenda nyumbani. He has decided to campaign. I think hata sahi ana hold meeting huko Mount Kenya. Na ni Mount Kenya alikuwa anasema ako na funguo zake. WG. Kennedy Kosgei. Unmute your mic. Okay, huyu anaambiwa unmute mic na ni mtu wa Ruto anapotea. Sawa. Sheprangoine Junior, unmute your mic. Utuambie vile kunaendelea Kenya siasa.
Yes, hello everyone.
Mtu wako ana campaign saa 8 usiku. What is happening? Mbona all this sleepless night ni kama elections next week?
Obviously, Ruto is in a panic mode. Mpaka amekuwa night runner. These days amekuwa night runner. So as Miguna put it, the demagogue is running basak. Mpaka ana risk his security. So
Imagine una campaign saa 8 usiku na unajua kuna wakora wanaweza kuwa na ngana hapo na wanakuchapa moja. Why should you do that?
Lakini Ruto anaweza fanya kila kitu chochote. Najua anaweza fanya hivyo ndio apate sympathy vote. Najua the man is sometime I tend to think is suicidal. He can do anything for now. The man, the man is obsessed with power, so he can even hurt himself so that he gets some sympathy vote.
Ndio sympathy vote zikuje. Hizo sympathy vote umesema hakuna, this time round hakuna sympathy vote.
Hakuna sympathy vote. Sympathy vote zile za 2013 peke yake ICC. Najua bahati haikujangi mara mbili.
Hizo hazikuje.
Hiyo ya 2013 ndio imekuja. Na rais ndiye na Uhuru ndiye alibahatika, kwa hivyo hakuna bahati mara mbili. Na Wakenya wamechanuka. Leo nilikuwa nimeona baba huko Lamu. Mzee ameenda akanyonya kiasi mnazi, he so energetic. Pia leo nimemfuatilia, I think leo alikuwa huko Ruto, alikuwa huko Murang'a. But leo hakuwa na vishasha. Najua siku ile ndio hakuwa na sympathy, any sympathy Odinga akiongelea. Kwa hivyo leo alikuwa tu ako cool. And on the matter of Mount Kenya, I think I was watching another clip somewhere where people are chanting in Nyeri, Baba, 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 and I was so impressed. Although there are some also who are saying Ruto, but that's really a good sign for Baba, because some years back in Mount Kenya, you could not even think about Baba, not even mentioning his name or voting for me. Even thinking about Baba in Mount Kenya some years back was like a treason. But these days you can see some people chanting Baba. So Baba is penetrating Mount Kenya slowly, and for Ruto to ascend to the house in the hill, he must get a full support of Rift Valley and also full support of Mount Kenya. And for now, Mount Kenya is a battleground. Tinka is climbing slowly, and for now is about to get in the peak of Mount Kenya. I think Ruto is losing a lot of his ground in Mount Kenya, because to get some people chanting about Baba in Mount Kenya these days, I think that's a good gesture on the side of Baba, and that's a good.
Yani hiyo ni Mount Kenya, very impressive. At least unajua when you say when the Mount Kenya king,
unanisikia? Can you get
yes unajua ubaya wako utaki kusikiza tukicheza clip na unaendelea kuongea, ndio maana tukakumute. Endelea sasa.
I'm not getting you.
Continue.
Unasemaje?
Haya, kama usikii acha tuende, inawezekana.
Can I go on?
Niaje Mtembei?
Can I say sana mheshimiwa?
Mimi si mheshimiwa, mimi ni ordinary Kenyan
Sisi ndio hao ordinary ndio waheshimiwa, hao wengine ni wakora, achana nao.
Nimefurahi mmenipatia opportunity ya kuongea. Ninaona mjadala leo ni Raila at coast and Ruto in Mount Kenya. Is Mount Kenya slipping away? Yeah. Kwanza venye hiyo clip umeonyesha, niliiona kitambo kwa hii channel yako and I was really happy and pia ni kupigwa na butua. Najua hii siasa iko na mambo mingi sana na Mandago alituambia usiiweke kwa kifua, usiiweke kwa ndani ya roho. Ukiweka ndani ya roho utapigwa na hatataka haraka sana. Yani nobody will ever expect jina ya baba ikipigiwa shangwe ndani ya Mlima Kenya. That is out of this world and that shows that okay, kuna demokrasia ndani ya nchi, but that shows how mighty someone, okay, let me avoid using the word mighty, how such a big influence baba can be. And Mr. Ruto, as Baba said, is just a small thing. He's just a small person to, yeah. So talking about Lamu, I've watched, especially from your channel, I've watched the events that happened since from yesterday when Baba landed in court, and he was also outlining his agenda, akiongea kuhusu nomination ya ODM, how penye wataendeleza nini zao za ODM, wakimuuliza kuhusu nomination, kuhusu ni vipi mambo itaendelea, na mambo inakaa poa upande wa ODM. Things look good and I think this is the time for Baba and Mr. William Ruto, siasa yake, honestly the way he has been doing his politics is not good. I don't agree with it. Yani siasa yake ni siasa ya kupatiana handout, which is not good, which is not healthy for the country. Yeye he is a master of double speak. Yeye kazi yake ni anasema msifanye hii na ni yeye ndiye anafanya hiyo kitu. Is like, what is this term that they use? They say like you are preaching water and drinking wine or vice versa. He is the master of doing that. Anasema msipatiane handout, anapatiana handout. Anasema msifanye hii, na yeye ndiye anafanya hiyo kitu yenye hataki kupatiana. So mimi and I believe many Kenyans who are silent, we know that Baba is good and Baba is going to take this thing, and these people who are being misled should get the eyes to see what is happening in this country. Otherwise, good evening, guys, and that was just my short introduction.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. I remember nikianza kuambia watu Ruto hakuna mahali anaenda, watu walikuwa wananikriticize sana. Amape sahi watu wengi wameanza kuona yenyewe aenda point na jamaa ni kama anaisha tu. Tukifika next year mwezi wa 3 hapo, Ruto atakuwa akifika Mount Kenya anajiongelesha peke yake. But akienda angalia the meeting that alienda Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, he spent close to I think 100 million.
What?
Yet Raila akienda tuseme Mount Kenya, he is just talking to people. Hakuna ndururu ana spend maybe ya mafuta. But Ruto has to spend and spend and spend. Hiyo kama hiyo ndio kupendwa sijui.
And it's bad politics. Yeah.
Very bad. Hakuna siasa kama hiyo. Ijaichezwa siasa baya hivyo. Nani hajaongea? Mr. President.
Mutembe.
Yes, mheshimiwa. Kuja tuambie mtu wako mbona ameanza kubabaika na kampeni saa 8 usiku.
Hey, Mutembe.
Yes. Nani anaitana anaongea na nyamaza?
It's me, WG. I wanted to say something regarding Ruto's late night campaigns.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the guy just, without knowing, he chose to pursue a very demanding line of campaign. When he dismissed those the other parties, it somehow gave him the only option of interacting with the people directly without proxies in terms of regional leaders and other leaders. He wants to engage the voters directly. And this is too demanding. You know, Kenya is so large for one individual to move in. Remember, in Mount Kenya alone, he wants to be everywhere. Unlike these other guys who have maybe like the Azimio team, they have proxies in terms of governors and other MPs. But you remember, Ruto is very quick to dismiss these guys. So it remains like he has to reach the voters by himself. And he has to do that karibu in all areas of the country. So that one calls that he does some extra work, even, campaigning at night. This is actually just the beginning, because for you to keep the tempo going, it is such a Herculean task. He cannot do it by himself. He will just have to look for other ways. And he wants to go like a bulldozer. He will kill himself.
That will be better. President, Mr. President, unmute your mic tupe maoni yako bana.
Mutembei, how are you?
Tuko poa sana. Kuja tuambie what has happened. Mna campaign saa 8 usiku. Hamjiamini mchana.
Unajua sasa hii panel yote imejaa pande ingine, sasa najua lazima unispot.
Inaonesha the way Raila has people.
Let me put it in a very clear manner. Ruto strategic style yake
Allah,
magavana wa zamani, magavana wenye
unahang.
So ndio mna hapa kila mtu ana.
Let him repeat that.
Unahang bana. Usikiki hebu rudia vile umesema.
The very new politician. Senators,
hebu angalia network yako, kwani mtu hajafika huko kwenu aweke internet. Kuna huyu anauliza, Oliver Mwashi anauliza Mutembei tupe results za jana. Who will vote for Raila and Ruto? Raila alikuwa na 80%, Ruto akakuwa na 20%. Hata leo niko nayo inaendelea saa hii. The live event that niko nayo kwa YouTube inaendelea bado. Raila has 80%. It means watu wote washaenda huko, and that's what the result will be. Mr. President, sijui vile ama ushatoka? I don't know.
Huyo ashatoka. UDA huwa wanakujanga na kuenda. Wanakuja
ako hapa lakini anaongea kama asikiki, then namwambia ongea na Ruto aweke nini? Ongea na Ruto aweke internet huko. Nani hajaongea? Niki Wanjala, unaweza unmute your mic tukusikie. Niki Wanjala, unmute your mic. Okay, Oliver.
Yes.
Yes, tuambie mbona mna campaign usiku? What has happened? Nini imechange?
No, the only issue that is that I came in late. But of course, I'll have to be briefed first.
Hakuna kitu kama kucame in late. Lazima umeona ukiingia hapo umeona mahali tuna live yetu yuko, umeona the topic. Topic ni mbona Ruto anakufanya nini kampeni zake hizi za usiku, ni kama kuna election kesho. Si alikuwa amesema Mount Kenya ameiweka kwa mfuko. What a stage. Ndio mfanya
you know everybody has his own style for politics. Mwingine ako na style fulani, Ruto ako na style yake. So the choice of a style is not the same. Mwingine anaweza just kufanya siasa yake angoje mpaka last minute.
Lakini unajua as per Kenyan law campaigns zinafanywa 6 mpaka 6 pm. 6 am mpaka 6 pm.
You know laws are made for human beings. And of course let me tell you, laws are made for us all, eh? Saa zingine hata unaona President Uhuru Kenyatta saa zingine anaweza fanya mkutano, of course ile wakati ya COVID. Yeye anaweza fanya a huge gathering, of course, so unaelewa hivyo. Sasa it's like most people wanaona when Ruto akifanya siasa yake usiku, wanaona ati anafanya kitu against the law. You know.
Unaonekiwa sawa?
Yeah.
Unaonekiwa sawa?
No, even if it is not okay on your side, I feel like he's doing it because he wants to outdo his competitors in terms of doing his politics.
Lakini how do you campaign saa 8 usiku Kikuyu land na you send when the
saa 8 usiku? Be realistic. Saa 8 usiku.
The Mount Kenya King just the other day. Mbona what?
No, be realistic. Is it saa 8 usiku?
Yes, hata sahi I'm very sure he is campaigning there.
No, we cannot do like that. I think
amekuwa live mpaka
even me now I think Raila is campaigning. Even me I think Raila is now campaigning.
No, huyu wako amekuwa mpaka live bro. Akiwa na crowd saa 3.
Even she is relying on those. Even me I think Raila is campaigning now.
Unajua ukiwa umechukua region ikakuwa ni your bedroom.
Yes.
Huko unapitianga kuwasalimia tu mchana hai ni hivyo. Sasa
yeah.
The ground dictates.
No. What is your thinking on that now?
Okay, man.
What do you think about
Umalizio utatuambia kama unaweza ambia watu 1 week Mount Kenya is mimi ndio niko na funguo za Mount Kenya, kila mtu atakwenda huko apitie kwangu, then all of a sudden next week mpaka saa
bro, unajua nini, siku moja kwa siasa ni kubwa sana. Sasa even a slide of a tongue and even your competitor akikuja ku pitch come on your stronghold, of course you have to lose 1 or 2. Yes, are we in agreement on that?
So tuseme hii mkutano Raila alifanya moja ndio imeleta hiyo panic yote.
No, the issue is not that one. Unajua mtu unafanya siasa kwa your stronghold. Unafanya siasa kwa your stronghold kabisa, yenye unaona unapata votes. Even Raila is now going to coast. The reason being what? He's calling his stronghold the Lamu. He has been to Lamu all the day.
But Raila bado hajatangaza.
Tomorrow I heard he's going to Malindi.
Nani Raila bado hajatangaza anataka kubai. He is going
to No. The same things he's doing now he did before 2017. Do you want to tell me Raila is not going to buy? Surely.
He is not campaigning.
Azimio
la umoja.
The wind is gathering. I've been telling you.
No, the issue is that you know those who are supporting Raila, they don't want to say he's going to buy, of course.
Si mpaka
I know
tuambie,
that.
unajua unaweza sema Tavaya
No,
akija aseme so tosha.
No, he has been
eh?
asking us. When you watch his campaigns, he is
Yes.
asking, mutanikubalia nisimame tena. Unasikia anauliza mzee ametosha. So wherever he is going, he is asking the question while asking Kenyans to unite. That is what he is doing.
Meaning Wakenya wakisema hapana, Raila will not be on the ballot. So
No.
anashindana na mtu hayuko kwa ballot.
No. Me, what I'm very much sure.
Oliver.
I'm very sure Raila is going to fight.
Oliver.
That one I know.
Oliver, huyo mzee akistep nje kidogo hivi, votes zinakuja tu zenyewe, zinatoroka Ruto, zinakuja zenyewe tu, akistep tu nje kidogo, alafu anaenda anajificha.
Nataka kumwambia what Raila is doing, analeta watu pamoja sahi, na wale wanataka kwa majority wanataka kwa campaign, then ataanza campaign on 9th December. Hivyo ndio alisema. Sasa hii ya Ruto anakimbizana na kivuli. Haoni ni nini anashindana na.
Sasa unaona
is campaigning mpaka usiku wa manane.
Sasa unaona so unaona Raila anaenda kwa hii is doing his campaign kwa azimio la umoja. Ukiangalia vizuri, that is his campaign.
Si campaign.
Hiyo ni campaign ya president waze. I'm very much sure. Very much sure.
Ujisikia akisema ODM ama Jubilee huko. Hajaitaja chama huko.
Kwa wapi?
Hiyo azimio inaleta tu Wakenya wote pamoja. You don't hear about ODM kama vile unasikia UDA, kazi ni kazi.
Unaona? Let me tell you the reason why Raila is not saying ODM. You know ODM was formed around 2007 or 2005?
2005.
So ni chama yenye already has supporters. So this UDA now is being marketed. I think it is 1 year, has it been 1 year old? So chama lazima ifanyiwe marketing. Sasa unataka kesho unaona you make difference like Jubilee. Kwanza walianza kuimarket. Sasa UDA is now going for that stage. Other Ruto afanye siasa ana market UDA. Okay? So simultaneously, I can put it like that. He's marketing UDA simultaneously. Sasa UDA other nyinyi wazee, even if you are not even supporting Ruto, let me just do it. Unaona hiyo chama UDA ndio chama iko na umaarufu, lazima we market. Sasa what Ruto is doing now, anajaribu kuimarket hiyo chama. That is why kila siku lazima ataje UDA, ataje hiyo kazi ni kazi. Lakini you cannot, it is not realistic Raila asema ODM. It is something which is already there.
Oliver, imagine Raila akitangaza na campaign atakuwa anataja ODM. Yes. So hii unasema hii ni uongo tu.
Ate Raila atataja ODM.
Akishatangaza na vai. If Atola atasema na vai on 9th, from there utaanza kusikia ODM. Hizo zani tuko tayari.
Unaona
zitarudi. So
the style of Raila's politics. Style ya Raila kufanya politics yake si mbaya, ana camouflage now and then. So unaona ile anasa alikuwa anasema nasa. So unaona alikuwa anasema ODM.
Sinasa ilikuwa ODM.
NASA ilikuwa an umbrella of all those parties yenye ilikuwa ndani. So you know that?
Yeah.
Ile mwaka ingine alikuwa anatangaza gani?
Mutembei.
Ilikuwa inaitwa
Oliver. UDA ndio national party, zingine ni tribal.
It is a national party.
Sasa kama ni national party,
no matter how many times you want to laugh.
Inashikiliwa kwa nini? Si achiliwe.
Achiliwa aje?
Kwa nini ikuwe marketed kama ni national? Wengine
it is a national party. Unaona? Kuna stages ya kumarket hiyo party. It is a national party, lakini It is on the process of becoming a national
by
party.
tribal parties. It is national, but it's threatened by tribal parties.
Are they driven by?
It's threatened by tribal parties.
Which tribal parties?
See, your leader is complaining about tribal parties, and he wants to market UDA, which is national party. Kama wewe ni national, unapigana na vitu vidogo kwa nini?
Vitu gani? Alipigana na gani?
Si ana complain hizo zingine ni tribal party yake ndio national.
Unaona nini, my friend? Una vyama
Bana, before ujibiwe naona kwa acha nikuache.
Unaona?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah,
unaona?
Go ahead. Yes.
Kuna vyama. Can you put yourself in the shoe of William Ruto, you know? Sawa? Sasa, imagine kuna parties like the one which Lanyangapua launched this week. Sasa hiyo party inaitwa KUP. And ukiangalia party leader anatoka West Pokot. Ukiona deputy party leader anaitwa Kosin anatoka West Pokot. Ukiona kila kitu ililonjiwa kwa Kajelibu kwa West Pokot. Lakini sasa unajua national party lazima reflect outlook ya national, you know that. Sasa kama sasa tuseme ile ya Jubilee, unaona Zeggen alikuwa anaitwa nani? Tuju. Ukiona so a national party tuseme hii ya West Pokot, of course it will have to take some supporters. Utaona kesho mtu kwa West Pokot amepata governor kutoka party inaitwa KUP. Unaona MPs karibu wawili KUP, you know. Sasa baadaye utaunganisha aje hao watu, especially hata ukienda parliament. And remember, you are still in the shoe of William Ruto.
Oliver,
what will you do?
William Ruto ndio prefect wa vyama hii Kenya ama ndio registrar of political parties?
No, unaona? Unaona nini? Unajua unatafuta mtu mwenye amenawiri kisiasa.
Hapana, Oliver, hebu tuelewane vizuri. Registrar of party ako na ofisi hapa na haiko chini ya DP. That's one. Two. Kama DP ako sure UDA ndio chama cha kitaifa na ni kikubwa cha kutosha, mbona hataki vyama vingine? Vinamzuia nini? Vinamnyima raha ipi?
Unaona? Wacha nijibu hiyo swali Bernard.
Jibu haraka tuende kwa
ukweli umesema. Unaona, ukweli umesema Ruto ofisi ya Handeritu is not under office of the deputy president. Yes. Sasa the reason why William Ruto atake vyama ndoko ndoko kwa is stronghold. Remember this is stronghold, you know. Unajua umaarufu inadidimia.
Wewe kama stronghold ni yako, okay?
Yes.
Kuzuia wengine kuanzisha vyama ndio uendelee kuwa strong. That means you are weak. You are afraid of other people.
Hamtakuwa na sauti moja. Hamtakuwa na sauti moja kia kisiasa.
No, you can convince them at the party level if you cannot convince them at the individual level.
Even Raila hata tukiake sasa on that point, even Raila alikuwa na yake inaitwa NASA, an umbrella. So badala ya Ruto kutafuta jina akucoin another name yenye inaweza shika hiyo maparties, at least amesema hizo maparties zingine at least ivunjiliwe iingie UDA. Raila ile ya 2017 alisema ikuwe NASA under one umbrella. Ukienda parliament, if it is supporting something they support, lakini kesho wengine wanafanya hivi na hivi. Imagine a scenario kila mtu ako na party yake Kenya.
Naomba tuache hapo kwa sababu masuala ya political party is a constitutional right. Alafu,
very true.
Kama wewe ni national leader, you are the number one custodian of the constitution. You need to enhance what the constitution provides, not to hamper it. So DP is beginning to police political parties, which is unconstitutional. Why is he threatened by other parties? If he has a stamina, he should just sell his things and leave every other person to sell theirs. Well, let us sukuma yako kwa soko, wache mimi nilete omena yangu. Wale wateja wanaotaka omena watanunua omena, wale wanataka sukuma wanunue sukuma. Wewe huwezi kusema kila mtu akuje na omena kwa sababu sukuma ikikuja inachukua nafasi kubwa kuliko omena. Sawa sawa. Naomba tuendelee mbele na Wekesa, vipi umefika? Wekesa, did you arrive? How are you?
I'm having challenges with network.
Okay, relax.
I've dropped off like 5 times.
It has been that it did me that. I'm the one who started being slapped that way, but thank God you have recovered.
I have only one question.
Robert, who is speaking? Oliver, ngoja kwanza. Tumekaa hiyo constituency sana.
Raila.
Sorry? Allow me to talk.
Hold on, everybody. Let's have order. Oliver, hold on. We'll come back to you. Robert Dulo, VP.
Poor. So actually, there is something I'm trying to talk about, and I'm trying to correct Mr. Oliver. Sorry, that UDA of Ruto. Ruto is not marketing UDA. Let's just be factual. These political parties are actually associated with these leaders. Actually, the parties that are marketed are the likes of Amani National Congress, Wiper, but for UDA, because of the stature of William Ruto, we find that UDA, Ruto is not marketing a party, but Ruto is marketing himself. And again, there's one fact that I'm trying to say that if we talk, for example, about ODM, that, for example, Raila bolts out of ODM and decides to form a party, we find that the party becomes national and popular just by default because there are many people associated with him. Thirdly, when we talk about the brand of politics by these leaders, and we do a comparison, we find that you look at the leaders associated with the deputy president and ask yourself, are these the leaders that actually can help him garner votes? Actually, on a serious note, we find that these are leaders that actually help in scattering votes because of the kind of a language they are using. They are more of abrasive in their politics. Of course, there are some in ODM, like Suna East, is this Suna West, Honorable Junet. You look at Honorable Junet and Honorable Sudi. These are leaders that actually cannot help in galvanizing votes. They are actually, I used to term them as lapdogs. Then concerning the Mount Kenya politics, actually it's becoming more complicated because the region has no presidential candidate. And as a matter of fact, these two leading presidential contenders actually are looking at Mount Kenya. In fact, I'm very sure that both of them would have their running mates from the region. Concerning Raila's quest for presidency, actually it is in the public knowledge that Raila is running. It is a no-brainer that he is running, is in the race, in as much as he is not announced it. But I think that he would use the December 9th occasion to actually unveil his running mate. I really feel that he would use that. He would just use that forum to unveil his running mate, because if you follow his politics keenly, you would realize that he's actually bringing in whatever is in the manifesto that is yet to be coined. For example, you talk about the 6,000 shilling stipend to the poor families. that is already something that is a part of a campaign, and he's campaigning for a presidency. Ruto actually started campaigning in the year 2017, immediately after general election. We are talking about somebody who has actually been campaigning. We are not talking about somebody who started campaigning yesterday or on Friday. We are talking about a leader who has been campaigning. There's something perhaps that I wanted to talk about also, is the brand of politics. Actually, this takes me to the role of the youths. We are the youths. And Mr. Bernard, you realize that we are very many. And we should be controlling the politics of this nation. But it is a pity that we, the youths, are used in a wrong way by the politicians. You look at the brand of politics by the deputy president. For example, whatever happened in Kisumu, all these chaos actually are attributed to the kind of leaderships we have. You see, it means that the kind of leaders we have, most of them actually are not the leaders that can actually help in bringing in peace, fostering peace, and the development of that. Actually, I'm always against the politics of handouts, and it is a no-brainer that where Ruto is, and actually, for example, some of the youths, a few youths from my tribe, I'm sorry to say that, but some of them actually do not support the deputy president because they believe in his policies, but rather they support the deputy president because they believe that he dishes out handouts. And this is a very, very bad precedent to us. We find that for Raila, never gives handouts. He never gives handouts. In fact, he's always nicknamed the mean person. But rather, I like that. I rather support that because, you rather tell somebody and provide a service to somebody that would make that person gain something in the pocket. If, for example, like Mr. Ruto has been talking about, the deputy president has been talking about his program of creating 1 million jobs, then the $1 million question here is, we are talking about a deputy president who has been at the helm of leadership, the second in command, actually a constitutional office who cannot be fired. He can push forward a policy which can be passed by the parliament and implemented. So if we talk about a deputy president, actually, who is talking about his quest to create over 1 million jobs, something that he talked about in the year 2013 and 2017, which has not been realized. You see? So it means that this is a mirage. We are talking about a situation where we, the youths, are used as ladders through which these leaders can do that. Like, I expect a sane Kenyan, as at now, to ask the deputy president that, Mr. Deputy President, you are the one alongside the president during your campaigns who promised us jobs. But why is it that right now we don't have the jobs? You are the person who promised us, for example, that there was some stadia that would be built. Why is it that right now Kenya has been banned? I mean, the stadia, the two stadia of Kasarani and Nyayo cannot host international matches. Where are those other stadia? You promised us, for example, that unga, a kg of unga would be sold at, for example, 60 bob. Right now, the cost has risen. So generally, we are talking about the policies. And as somebody called Harold Laswell defined politics as the determination of who gets what, when, and how they get it. I think our leaders have perfected that. Thank you.
Okay. So how you are saying the youth are misused? Eh?
Yeah.
How do you plan to prevent that?
Okay. Number one, Mr. Bernard, you realize that I am not at a leadership position, but I believe that whatever we Kenyans lack is what we call civic education. It is through civic education that we would actually know our roles as youths towards the governance and the politics of a nation. You got my point? So at personal level, I actually talk to my friends, to our people about the roles of politics. For example, as Robert, I ascribe to Raila's manifesto. I love Raila not because he hails from my tribe, that is a fellow Luo, but I look up to Raila as a national leader and somebody whose policies I believe are achievable. As a person who has actually fought for the nation. Yeah.
Okay, let's have it post there. We will resume. We'll revisit. Thank you very much, Robert. WG.
Yes, Bernard, dakika mbili ni kidogo sana. Anyway,
keep time.
Okay, it's okay. We are still here. We can compensate later on. But I just wanted to continue. I had given briefly earlier the Ruto's style of campaign. I think he fried himself when he refused to be joined by other parties. You know, when the election will get hot, I think he will be rained on in terms of the run, because remember the same guys he had dismissed, the regional leaders, and Raila is involving these guys in their campaign. Remember today, people were shouting, headers are shouting match between his supporters and the supporters of Raila in Nyeri, but Raila wasn't there. So this is an indication that in Nyeri, even in Raila's absence, but there are a lot of political activities going on at the grassroots, courtesy of governors who right now, whether they are aspiring or they are existing governors currently, are grassroots leaders. They mobilize grassroots. So their activities are felt from the grassroots. And remember, it's not just in Nyeri. Raila has almost 90% of Kenyan governors, the 47. Very few people, very few governors are not with him. And which means now, simultaneously, Ruto is getting a beating from some other people, not just Raila's front. Remember when Raila was in Ukambani recently, then Kitui governor, that is Madam Charity Ngilu, attacked DP Ruto. DP Ruto's dogs of war, that included the likes of, you know, these Gachagua, these other people, were on Ngilu's neck, hurling all sorts of insults. But remember that time, Raila is separate. So they are engaging wrong people. Raila had his own time, you know. So he's, while they are confronting the governors, they are at the same time agitating the supporters of those governors in those areas. You can imagine. So if that one is that kind of engagement is reflected in the entire country, you can imagine how many enemies Ruto is making just per stone throw. It is too much. It would be too much for him. Number two, I wanted to also talk about, if you can allow me, Bernard, to talk about the Oka team today in Kitengela. I felt I should say about them, something about them. And they sounded very duplicating on the Azimio la Umoja, to an extent that someone who was not present with them would really think that the meeting in Lamu was still going on. Kumbe it was another meeting in Kitengela because they were talking of the same thing, and the attacks on William Ruto was the same thing. So one wonders, why are they campaigning separately? Why are they not in the same group as the Azimio group? And that one tells us that they are just a bunch of selfish people. There's something, while they are enjoying the same policies, they are sharing the same policies, but they don't want to be in the same camp because of selfish, or if not selfish, then it's tribalism. Their personal differences now, they are putting so much forward to an extent that it might even cost the future of this country. I felt that was, very cheap of them. They should look for some other ways, and this should be very urgent. They should look for a way to close ranks with the Azimio team, so that they don't sound like people one. And then Kalonzo, the only difference that I had was Kalonzo dismissing the 6,000, which was also a misplaced thing. He was saying that teach people how to fish, don't give them fish. It is true, but that is not how it's applicable in what Raila is meaning with the 6,000. It is not on its own. The 6,000 is just part, and Raila has been explaining this. It is not like he's giving the 6,000 and that is the end. He still has the policies on loaning of SMEs. He still has the policy on empowerment of youth and how they will be doing businesses. He still has policies on revival of industries. You see, all this brought together, everything shall be sufficient. So this narrative of 6,000 Raila is giving handouts is out of order. So that is all I have for now, unless someone has some questions.
Okay, thank you, WG. Let's go to Nabi. Nabi, VP. Unmute. Unmute kwanza. Nabi, umekwama nini? Okay, go ahead now. Nabi, ongea sasa.
Asante. I hope mnanisikiza.
Yes, uko sawa.
Yeah, tunakusikiza.
Asante sana. Ni mara yangu ya kwanza kufika hapa, ingawa nimekuwa nikiwaona kwa umbali. Sina mengi sana. Mara mingi wasiongei mengi, lakini nitasema hivi. Kwa maoni yangu, DP Ruto ni mwanasiasa shupavu sana. Tabu iliyoko ni kwamba raundi hii amekutana na enigma ambayo itakuwa vigumu sana kucompete na yeye. In fact, kama Raila atatolewa kumenyana ama kwa mchuano wa urais, Ruto atapata nafasi nzuri sana ya kucrush wale wengine. Kwa hivyo hata mahali hapo anawatu sana Raila, wakati atahitajika kusema ati anawania, Ruto anaomba sana aseme si yeye atawania urais. On Mount Kenya, kulingana na vile ninavyoona mimi ni kwamba ni mapema sana kwa upande wowote kushangilia ya kwamba wamenyakua Mount Kenya. Tumekuwepo hapa Kenya for some time. Tumeona vile hawa wenzetu wa Mount Kenya wanafanya siasa zao. Ni mapema, hebu tungoje hiyo wanasema Limuru 3 itasema nini. Ni vigumu sana ku read the mind. Na iwapo itatokea kwamba Ruto na Raila wako kwa debe, bila shaka farasi itakuwa ni wawili, na itakuwa vigumu sana Ruto kushinda Raila. Atashindwa kwa umbali sana bwana Ruto. On Oka, kwa maoni yangu tena, I think the divorce of Oka principles is a few miles away. Mimi sio prophet, ingawa jina ni nabii hapo. Lakini naona ni both either Kalonzo or Mudavadi. You see, they have begun to campaign separately, and as you can see, the team is so light that there is no need of campaigning separately. Either Kalonzo or Mudavadi, one of them will leave the rest and join Raila, in my view. So wacha niachie hapo. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza.
Okay, asante. Naomba tusonge mbele. Jakindube. Vipi?
Salama, asante sana.
Karibu.
Hamjambo wote?
Hatujambo.
Hatujambo Jakindu.
Na nimefurahi tena kuwa na ninyi. Mimi nasema kwamba katika kati ya Raila na Bwana Ruto na Oka, nafikiri Wakenya sasa, nina furaha moja kwamba Wakenya wameanza kuona kwamba ni upande gani mwanga uko wapi, kwa sababu mimi wakati mwingine nilisema hii jambo, lakini nikaambiwa ni mind my lugha yangu, lakini naona hasa nikizungumza juu ya Hoka, viongozi ambao wako kwa Oka inaitwa Oka, saa zingine ukiwaangalia ni watu ambao hawana ile tunasema loyal, kwa sababu wakati ule walikuwa kwa NASA, nahodha wao walikuwa Bwana Raila, na walikuwa hawajafika kule walikuwa wanaenda. Raila akawaambia tujengeni madaraja, kama mko loyal, mnataka kutimiza kitu. Walikuwa hawajafika kule walikuwa wanaenda, kwa sababu hata uchaguzi ule wa pili haikufanyika kwa upande kwa mlengo wa NASA, haikufanyika. Sasa ile nani haijafanyika, hamjafika kule, mnaenda mnasema sasa nahodha atoke, mnataka nahodha mwingine, na nahodha huyu amewaambia hapa mbele kuna tatizo, tujenge kitu fulani. Hiyo mimi naona hata wao hawana ile tunasema loyal, hawana hata kidogo. Upande wa Ruto, mimi nataka ni hadhari, nitoe tahadhari kwa watu wote wa Kenya kwamba Ruto ametumia uongo wakati wote, hata wakati huu ana campaign anatumia uongo, jambo ambayo ni mbaya sana, ni hatari kudanganya wana Kenya. Pili, anatumia pesa, kila mahali anaenda anapeana pesa. Sasa mimi kitu ninachojaribu nashangaa, kwa nini Wakenya hawaulizi hizi pesa Ruto ametoa wapi? Ana pesa kiasi, yeye ana pesa hii biashara ambayo anafanya ni biashara gani ambayo anapata pesa ambayo kwamba kila mahali akienda milioni 5, milioni 4, milioni 6 na tunaambiwa amefanya mkutano 135 kwa mwezi. Jamani, hizo ni pesa ngapi? Huyu jamaa anatoa pesa wapi? Hata wale wanamsupport wanaweza kusema ametoa hizi pesa wapi? Yeye kama mjumbe anatoa pesa wapi? Na hii mimi nataka kuwashauri sisi wote wana Kenya, tushauriane. Tusikubali mjumbe kutupatia pesa. Mjumbe yoyote, mtu yoyote ambaye anawakilisha au mtu yoyote ambaye anasema anataka kuwakilisha jamii, msikubali awapatie pesa, kwa sababu mkimkubali awapatie pesa mnamfundisha wizi, kwa sababu hana mahali anatoa hizi pesa, lazima ataiba. Mnamfundisha kuiba. Tunafundisha hawa watu kuiba pesa, kwa sababu huyu mtu kila mkutano akija anakuja na pesa. Hizi pesa yeye ametoa wapi? Utakuta mtu hana kitu kama hana factory, yani hana kitu ambayo inaweza kuwa inampatia pesa kiasi hicho. Alafu sisi tunachukua tu pesa hati ametuletea, tunamchagua huyo. Mtu anataka kuwakilisha wa Kenya, anataka kutuwakilisha, lakini anataka kutumia bilioni 3 kuwa mjumbe. Kwani mjumbe anapewa pesa ngapi kwa mwezi? Hata kama anapewa milioni 1, kwani miaka 5 atakuwa hizo bilioni 2 au 1 hiyo atakuwa amerudi, ametoa wapi? Hizi vitu zote lazima, tukitaka kuchagua viongozi wazuri, lazima sisi wenyewe tubadilike, tuwe na msingi wa kuangalia. Na nashukuru sana hii channel inafanya tunajifunza na kuona yale makosa ambayo tunayo. Kuhusu kuzungumzia juu ya ile 6,000 ambayo bwana Raila anajaribu kuahidi, anaahidi kwamba atawapatia Wakenya. Mimi nashangaa sana kuona Wakenya tunasema hiyo, tunasema ati hiyo sio ukweli, haina maana yoyote. Lakini nafikiri ninyi wote sisi wote tuko labda wale vijana sana, ningeliwaomba mjaribu kuuliza katika sehemu mbalimbali, katika jamii mbalimbali, makabila zetu mbalimbali, muulize katika hizo makabila zenu kuna wale walikuwa masikini, walikuwa wanasaidiwaje? Wanasaidiwa kwa njia gani? Kwa sababu mimi nataka kuambia kwamba mimi babu yangu alikuwa tajiri sana, na katika ile utajiri wake kuna watu wengi tu aliwapatia sehemu za kuishi. Kuna watu wengi tu aliwapatia ng'ombe za kuoa. Hakuwapatia eti wampatie kitu, alikuwa anawapatia kwa sababu hawakuwa na uwezo. Na hiyo ilikuwa ni hivyo ndivyo jamii zilikuwa zikisaidiana. Hawezi kulala, mtu hawezi kulala nje, mtu hawezi kukosa chakula. Sasa hii ni jukumu ambalo serikali inataka ifanye, kwamba kusiwe na Mkenya ambaye analala njaa. Nataka niwaambie kwamba mimi hapa ninapozungumza naishi Uingereza sasa hivi, niko hapa Uingereza. Na hapa Waingereza hakuna mtu analala njaa. Si kwamba wote wana pesa, kuna wengine ni masikini kabisa, lakini jambo la muhimu ni kwamba hawa watu wanapewa hizo pesa ambazo Raila anasema. Wanapewa. mpaka wakati ukiwa na kazi, ukiwa na mapato fulani, hiyo pesa inatolewa. Anapewa mwingine yule ambaye hana. Hii ni kitu inafanyika, tusidismiss. Tusiwe watu ambao tunadharau mambo yetu. Hayo mambo yetu inatakiwa tuyatilie mkazo, yawe yana maana, kwa sababu hiyo ni kitu la maana kabisa, kuliko kusema tutawabebea watu sijui tunataka kuwaletea watu mahindi ile yellow kama zamani ile, mnawaletea watu mahindi. Saa zingine ni mahindi ambayo hata hayatumiki, binadamu hawali, lakini sisi tunaletewa kwa sababu tuna njaa. Hapana, tunatakiwa, tuko na pesa zetu, tutumie hizo pesa zetu tuwapatie ndugu zetu ambao hawana pesa. Raila anasema vitu ambavyo zina maana, kwa sababu akisema kila Mkenya anatakiwa awe na nyumba, kila Mkenya anatakiwa atibiwe, kila Mkenya anatakiwa awe na elimu, kila Mkenya anataka haki zake zilindwe. Tunataka kiongozi wa namna gani? Huyu ni kiongozi ambaye atatutoa kwa giza na kutuweka sehemu inatakikana. Na mimi bado nataka kusema kwamba bado namuunga, nasema nampongeza sana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kuwa kiongozi ambaye ana uwezo wa kuenda mbele ya wenzake na kuambia pana, Kenya inaelekea vibaya, kule tunaenda hatuendi the right direction, lazima tubadilishe mwenendo, na mwenendo ambao Uhuru alikuwa wanajaribu kutibu zile makosa ambazo zilifanyika wakati wa utawala wa kwanza. Ilikuwa kwa BBI, na watu wengi hawaelewi hivyo. Jamani vijana, eleweni kwamba kuna makosa ilifanyika na ndio inajaribu kurekebishwa. Mimi hapa nataka kuambia kwamba haya mambo ya ukabila ni kwamba yanafanyika, yamekuwa yakitukula, kama imetuumiza sana hiyo mambo ya ukabila. Mimi kuna wakati moja nikiwa Kenya, nikiwa nyumbani tunafanya kazi, tulikuwa siku moja tulikuwa tunaomba mkopo. Wakati huo tulikuwa tunataka mkopo wa shilingi 2,000 na tulikuwa wawili, na tulikuwa vijana wawili wenye majina tofauti. Tukachukua ile form, kwa sababu company nilikuwa nikifanyia kazi walikuwa wana nafasi ya kutupatia zile loan kwenye company. Hapo unakopeshwa pesa hapo kwa company, alafu unalipa kwa bila interest. So sisi wawili tuliomba 2,000. Hizo 2,000 wakati huo ilikuwa ni pesa nyingi sana. Okay? Lakini sasa tulipoomba hiyo mkopo, tukaipeleka kwa yule administrator. Tuliporudishiwa zile form, mwenzangu alipewa 2,000. Mimi nilipewa 1,500. Alafu nikiuliza mwenzangu akaniambia, mimi nimepata bwana, mimi nimepata 2,000 vile nilikuwa nataka. Na kama na mimi je, mbona nimepata 1,000? Nasema siulize basi kwa nini. Sasa nilipoenda kumuuliza administrator, akaniambia amenipatia hivyo kwa sababu mshahara wangu ni kidogo. Nikamwambia mbona huyu amepewa na namzidi na mshahara? Akasema hebu ni unaona, alinipatia 2,000 lakini baada ya mimi kulalamika, lakini ilikuwa ni kwa sababu la jina langu. Kwa hiyo msipuzie mambo ya ukabila. Tunataka tuzike hiyo mambo ya ukabila kabisa. Ukabila ni kitu kibaya. Tunatakiwa tujue kuna kabila, lakini isitutawale. Hata dini inatakiwa tujue kwamba kuna dini, lakini dini isitutawale. Unaona? Hivyo ndivyo tutaendesha nchi yetu vizuri, na inatakiwa nchi yetu tuendeshe kwa njia ya umoja. Kwa hiyo hii azimio la umoja itakapowaingia Wakenya vizuri, nafikiri wale ambao wanajaribu kuipinga hawataweza. Ni jambo bora, itatuboresha nchi yetu, itakuwa nzuri zaidi. Asanteni, asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Jakimbe. Let's hear from Ruben. Ruben. Unmute kwanza.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Ruben. I'm here in Meru. Ninafuatilia mjadala polepole nikiwasikiza, although niko na some technical problems za network. Halo, mnanisikia Bernard?
Yes, yes, yeah,
unakusikiza vizuri.
Okay, tukifuatilia hii issue kwa sababu ninaona mambo ya huu mjadala tuko nao ni wa whether Mount Kenya is slipping away. Slipping away from who? That is the question number one. Lile swali lilikuwa mwanzo ni kwamba Mount Kenya ilikuwa imeenda, hiyo ni perception ile ambayo zile story ambazo zinaenda polepole ni kwamba Mount Kenya ilikuwa ni zone ya mtu fulani ama mtu fulani, kwa sababu hakuna substantive candidate ambaye ametoka Mount Kenya anaomba kura za urais. Lakini unaona Bernard, wakati mtu anakimbia peke yake anaonekana tu anashinda na ako mbele because you are running alone. Lakini mambo inaendelea ikishift slowly, things are changing too fast. Kulingana na vyenye tulikuwa tunafikiria mambo ya azimio la umoja, watu wameanza kufikiria na kutrace back na kufikiria mambo tofauti saa hizi. Kwanza sisi vizazi vyetu vile tulizaliwa, alafu tukaanza kuwa indoctrinated kwa mambo tofauti. Watu hawa wanakaa hivi, hawa wanakaa namna hii, hawa wanakaa namna hii. So as we grew up, tukaanza kutoka, wengine wanaenda Nairobi, wengine wanaenda different parts of the country, wakaanza kuassociate na watu wengine polepole. Unajaribu kufikiria zile fault ulikuwa unaambiwa about this leader from this region, this leader from this region. Unafikiria hayo mambo peke yako at your own time, una internalize, unafuatilia, unaanza kujiuliza maswali yale, huyu leader anasimamia nini? For example, tukijaribu kuuliza maswali kama hayo, for example, tukiweka William Ruto kwa meza, tunajiuliza wakati William Ruto alikuwa in position of influence ama saizi yako huko, ama wakati wa kitambo, wakati tulikuwa na challenges, alisimama upande gani? Question number one. Tunaenda kwa mheshimiwa former prime minister, tunajiuliza the same question. Wakati wa Kenya walipitia shinda fulani, yeye alisimama wapi? Vijana wale ambao tulipewa hiyo, tulikuwa indoctrinated kwa mambo tofauti, we have now become of age. We can understand. Na tunaweza fikiria independently, tufikirie ni nani ambaye amesimama upande wa maskini wakati walikuwa wanaumia. You can't come right now wakati sasa umeshiba na umetosheka, uje utuambie sasa you've suddenly opened your eyes and now you know where you are supposed to be. We won't buy that. Kwa hivyo mambo ya azimio la umoja yanaingia watu sana. Na in the last like 2 or so weeks or a month, nimekaa tu nikiuliza maswali huku ndani ile the silent majority. Unauliza, unaona aje kuhusu where we are going? Unasikiza watu polepole, unasikia the azimio la umoja and the carrier of the information hayo maneno yanawaingia polepole. Swali lile sisi tunajiuliza ni moja, kwa sababu everything is commercialized, including politics, including war. Kuna zile benefit, zile unauliza, wewe unaenda hii vita, what are you going to benefit from it? Unaingia kwa politics. In fact, it's like Ruto has invested personally kwa siasa yake, including wabunge, wanasiasa, watu. It's like kila mtu anaenda kwa William Ruto kupata something from him. Now the question that we are asking as citizens, how will William Ruto recover the money that he is giving to the youth each and every day? Hii pesa anaenda akipeana kwa kila soko, every stop over, everywhere where he goes. Zinatoka kwa ministry gani? Which ministry is that gives money that way? Tunajiuliza iliwekwa ikiwa kama nini hiyo pesa? Ni kiti ya kutembea ukiempower watu from town. We all forget that he is the deputy president. Yes. Na kwa executive. Hii pesa ambayo inaenda ikipatiano kwa every stop over ni ya ministry ipi? Ilitolewa na treasury ama ilitoka ukani? Hello Bernard.
Yes, thank you, you're back. Malizia sentence yako.
Swali tunalojiuliza ni hiyo. And our biggest fear in what is going on is the way the gentleman is going to recover his money. Issues about Mount Kenya slipping away, it was not in anybody. Only that one person was so busy in Mount Kenya and he was competing against himself. So ni yeye tu alikuweko. Sasa kama uko peke yako unashindana na nani? Si uko peke yako. So you are number one anyway. But issues za azimio la umoja, we need to take this thing very seriously. We need to unite as Kenyans. Tunahitaji tuelewe first of all, first we are Kenyans before we became Meru, Luo, Kisii, Kalenjins. Tunafaa tupendane. There is strength in our diversity. Tunafaa tuelewe ya kwamba wakati tumetengana namna hii we are easily crumbled. Mnaweza vunjwa, mnaweza pigwa mtawanyike kwa sababu mko vitu kidogo. Lakini tukiamua tukae kama kitu kimoja, honestly we can take this country yetu mahali. Finally, nataka kuangalia hawa watu wetu ambao wanaomba kura saizi. Tafadhali vijana, hata mimi nikiwa ndani ya hiyo group, although naona kama nimepita hiyo kidogo, tuweke mambo ya ukabila chini. Umaskini ya Meru ni umaskini ya Mjaluo, ndio umaskini ya Mkisii, ndio umaskini ya Waria, ndio umaskini ya kila mtu. Na utajiri wa mtu yule ako huko Lakeside ndio utajiri ya Nilot, ndio utajiri ya Bantus, ndio utajiri ya Kushite. Na tunaweza hii mambo tukiamua. Tanzania is a good example. Na nchi nyingi sana ziko na kabila nyingi na tujui. Tanzania iko na kabila zaidi ya Kenya. But sasa tunafaa tuelewe ukabila hakuna kitu inasaidia sisi na hakuna mahali tutasaidika kupitia huu kabila. In fact, wanasiasa wanachomoka Nairobi na other parts of this country, wanakuja wakati wa kura kutueleza au Luos ni wabaya, Wameru ni wabaya wakienda Lowland, Wakikuyu sijui nini. Na wakati tunataabika tukiwa sisi watu, wakati immediately after 2022 September huko watu wakiapishwa warudi kwa maofisi zao, we won't see them again. So tunafaa tung'ang'ane tupate huu moja, ndio kwanza tukue kitu kimoja tumeshikana, alafu ndio tuweze kuinterrogate properly. Hayo tuko sasa. Asante.
Swali Bernard.
Thank you Ruben. I believe that is what question? WG, you're out of order.
Question ndugu yangu.
Ngoja ulinua mkono unangoja uchakuliwe. Wewe unajichukulia. utawekwa pembeni kwanza. I want to appreciate Ruben and his first time to make contribution and his analytical response. I think we have a great deal to do from the same, and I think that's the kind of debate we need so that we get credible information right from the ground on the right state of affairs, other than just riding on the hot air that the politicians want to feed us on. Thank you very much, Ruben. Yeah, WG, what's your question?
Thank you.
I have a question to Ruben. Thank you, Ruben, for the sober and very eloquent, presentation. There is this category of the populace, especially youths, who are eminently so gullible. They cannot probe so much on the lies. They cannot separate between the lies and the truth. And unfortunately, these youths are found across the country, not in Central. There are so many in Central. There are so many here in Nyanza and all over. And apparently, these are the targets of lies that come from politicians. What do you think can be the solution? How can sober people who've seen between the lies, how can they be reached and be convinced, so that they can also be helped to make the rightful choice that will not harm us? Because remember, these are also the majority voters. So how do we reach them with a message?
Okay, thank you, WG. Can you hear me well?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you for your question. It's a nice question. Ukijaribu kufuatilia, let me use that language. Ukijaribu kufuatilia vile huku Mount Kenya region kuko saa hizi, I happen to come from Meru, but I work in Nyeri. So I think I've been in Nyeri for the last 6 years na kwangu ni Meru. So niko na understanding kidogo ya Mount Kenya East, mahali nimezaliwa, na niko na little understanding ya Nyeri, mahali ninafanya kazi. Story nyingi zile ambazo ziko in Mount Kenya, mambo nyingi ni EACs. Mambo zile tu za kuambiwa, kusikia, ulisikia, uliambiwa, sijui, in case this person takes power, this is what is likely to happen. In case this person takes power, this is what can happen to us. Okay? But kulingana na mimi, mambo ya Azimio la Umoja, mambo ya Raila Odinga yanaingia watu polepole. And I can tell you this without any doubt. The silent majority are more. Ukienda kwa mitandao tuseme hii ya kijamii, social media and all that, watu wale wanazungumza huko wengi, ukijaribu kuangalia na kufuatilia vizuri, they are the youths, most of them born between 1999 and now. Na wanaenda kupiga kura for the first time, they are excited. 2007, 2008, wengine wao wakuwa wamefikia 10 years, walikuwa watoto. Hawajui mahali Kenya wametoka, they cannot tell who William Ruto is, hawawezi jua the cost of democracy, hawawezi jua mahali watu wamepitia, ndio tufike mahali tumefika. The social media that we are enjoying today, the freedom of speech, freedom ya association and all that, wengi hawajui. Wengine hata hawakumbuki Kibaki akiwa president vizuri, hawajui what used to happen. Wengi hawajui Moi who he was, hawajui kuwa na party moja ni kusema nini. In fact, I was talking to some people today, tukuwa tunajaribu kuongea. Ninawaeleza design ile KANU ilikuwa nayo ilianza kama vile UDA iko saa hizi. We are not demonizing anybody's party, but ile character ya kukataa kusikia alternative opinion ingie kwenu, mnakaa kama ndio mko na monopoly of political power and all that, ndio hii inaanza tu kugrow pole na watu hawaoni, but slowly and surely watu haya mambo yanawaingia, na ukiuliza watu, ukiketi na watu vizuri, I think hii ni platform ya media, kuna mambo zingine uwezo ongea, ukisikiza tu polepole, wengi wanakuwa current na hizi goodies, hizi pesa zinakuja, wanachukua wanakula. Hizo ndizo sana zinawafuta kwa mikutano hii, zingine zile hatutataja hapa. Namba 2, ukifuatilia vizuri, watu wameanza kuunderstand hizi millions ambazo zinapeanwa, mkiachwa mgawanye, mkua vikundi za bodaboda, mko watu tuseme 5,000, umepewa 1 million, ukigawanya inakuwa 200 shillings, 2,000 shillings. Mtu anashindwa kuelewa 2,000 shillings ni pesa aina gani. So haya mambo watu wanaingia polepole, inawaingia. Ukitaja 1 million shillings it looks huge, lakini ukisema wamama mboga wagawanye wa Meru County, unaona iko na wamama mboga wangapi? Ukigawanya 1 million haitafika hata shilingi 200. So at the end of the day unauliza watu, okay, hiyo pesa ilitoka wapi? Wanashindwa kujibu. Unawaambia hivi ndivyo Moi alikuwa anafanya in 90s. Mnakuja mnafanya mstari, mnapewa pesa. In the process ya kupewa 1 million, 20 million or that zinaibiwa, na hawa watu tu wanawaletea hizo pesa. We need to continue, na tusiogope kukaa tu tukisema ukweli, na
Okay, I think that's clear enough. Let's move to Kosgei.
Ningependa pia kuwasalimu nyote, mjambo.
Ati jambo vipi?
Tuonyeshe sura.
Sura haijalishi. WG, nilikuwa na swali kwanza kwako kabla sijazungumza, lakini ni baadaye. Nimeshukuru sana Ruben kwa mchangio yako, na tunazidi tuko hapa kwa hii mchango letu la Bernard, na tunazidi kumshukuru kwa sababu kutuleta umoja. Tukiongelea siasa ya saa hii, siasa ndio imeanza kushika kazi. Kwanza leo Jumapili tunashukuru wanasiasa wamekuwa kwa madhehebu mbalimbali. Pesa ndio imeanza kumwaga kila mahali, si sehemu moja peke yake, lakini leo tumeangalia ndio pesa imeanza kufanya kazi kwa kila wote wanasiasa.
Amepotea.
Bernard unmute bwana.
Bernard hatukusikizi.
Sorry. Naomba tuende kwa Mokulu, ni kama nani yako na network issues.
Yes, Mokulu Mobema. Ya, hiyo ni Kikongo kidogo. Nilikuwa huko zamani. So naona sasa hii siasa imeshika vizuri, na mimi kama kawaida sijai amua, lakini niko karibu kuamua. Lakini tu vile mambo inaendelea leo, tumeona Raila alikuwa Coast, Ruto ndiye anaingia baada alishakuwa huko na bado wanaangalia, lakini naona hii Mount Kenya ni kama hapa ndiye watu wanashikilia sana. Tukirudi huko ndio tunarudi tena, after 1 week tunarudi the other side, ambayo ni vizuri kwa sababu tunaelewa kura iko huko, tarakaniti pia iko huko, so lazima na politics is about numbers. Namba ndio itakupeleka hata kuwe na nini usapotiwe na kina nani, but at the end of the day it is the votes. And again tuko na deep state pia inakwanga hapo kidogo, lakini at the end of the day kwanza tutafute hii kura tujue iko aje, ndio at least hata kama deep state inatusaidia tunajua iko namna gani. Nikianza kusema umejua siasa bila maendeleo haina kitu, na ndio maana hata Jirongo the likes of wakina Moi walikuwa nasema siasa mbaya ni siasa mbaya, hakuna maendeleo. And saa hizi ndio naona Ruto anajikakamua sana, napata amebadilisha saa hizi iko 24 hour economy, kumaanisha siasa inaweza pigwa hata mausiku, tunaenda huko tuna convince watu, tunawaambia okay iko hivi na hivi na hivi, lakini tunapata hii economy inakuja during this towards election. Na ndio maana nataka ni Wakenya tuko, kwa sababu hizi vitu zinakuja kila siku tunaziona, but at the end of the day we end up electing such leaders. So it is also good kama tumeshaona okay tunaendelea na siasa vizuri, but at the end of the day we need also to look at who are we electing. Huyu mwenye tunamunini after election itakuwa namna gani? Ni yule mtu tukishampea kura badala sasa kuje afanye kazi yake, anataka kusema juzi nilienda huko Kiambu nikapea watu wa bodaboda 2.5 million. Sasa hii pesa nitarudisha aje? Niibe ngapi ndio nirudishe huko? Kwa sababu mimi kama mtu wa biashara, mimi ni mtu wa biashara. Nikitoa shilingi 10 nataka ikuwe shilingi 15. Na nitatumia mbinu yote at least ni ipate. Hakuna kitu yote inakuja bila nini. Na Kenya tu nataka niseme, Wakenya inafaa tukue macho. Tuangalie huyu mwenye tunamsupport. Hii 2 point kama amesema okay atakuwa anatengenezea watu hiyo, nisikia around 10 billion 100 billion kusupporta watu wa chini. Alafu nakuja kutuambia eti nikienda pale ndio hiyo 2 million ile yenye iliibwa labda kitambo ndio tunakuja kuweka hapo. So at the end of the day we need also to, this is the time that we can use to look at our leaders so that we make the right decision at the end of the day when that day comes.
Carol, salamia wa Indo. Carol, salamia wa Indo lakini umute.
No, WG, no. Out of order.
Yeah, and again tukiangalia like the Raila Amolo Odinga leo alikuwa huko. Unaangalia tu even vile tu crowd iko, si ile eti tunasema eti nawaambia hivi ndio wafanye, eti nawaambia bebeni mkono juu. Yani watu wamejitolea, and that is clearly natuonyesha like Wakenya wameamua okay this time ni huyu, kwa sababu at the end of the day unapata at least amesha gain that inaitwanga aje hiyo kukua na watu, azini watu wameshamuona wakajua Kenya ameshafanyia Kenya, na wanamwamini ya kuwa huyu mjamaa tukimpea hivi itakuwa hivi. Though siwezi sema kwa sababu mimi najua siasa mtu anaweza fanya kila kitu. And labda Bernard nimerudi kwako na naona Robert anabeba mkono juu.
Okay. Thank you. Kuna swali? I don't think so. Kulikuwa hapa na Karo sijui Karo kama rudi tutakupatia muda wa kuongea. You are high demand hapa kwa comments. Kuna watu wanataka kusikiliza wewe. So come back. Let us reason together. MJ.
Kwema.
Aha, karibu tena.
Unanisikia?
Kabisa, endelea.
Okay. Asante. Sasa nimepata nafasi kidogo, lakini sitaki kuzungumza mingi sana. Manake hii Mount Kenya wanayosema inateleza. Sorry. Wanasema inateleza, kwani ilikuwa kwa mikono ya nani?
Wale walidai washanasa, washaifunga wakaweka kwa mkoba. Hakuna mahali.
Sasa swashai nasa wakae nayo, wakae nayo. Sasa kwa nini tatizo ya kwenda kila wakati unarudi unageuza uchumi wa kama alivyosema bwana Mokulu, unageuza siasa ya 24 hours. Umeshindwa kuwapa vijana uchumi wa 24 hours alafu unageuza politics ya 24 hours. Okay, the only thing I can say, politics ya kweli ni mambo ya kutengeneza ile perception. I think the way he's trying to create that kind of perception, Kwamba is still existing, is still relevant. That's why you can see all this kind of movement. Today I'll be in the lake zone, and then after I finish lake zone, I come back to mountain Kenya, and then I'll be west. And then after West, I come back to Mount Kenya 3 days. It's just trying to be relevant to the media. There's nothing else. It's just to be relevant to the media. But in real sense, the way I can see people, what to say wajinga hivyo. Now all those people can see kwenye hiyo ikisema nini, on those meetings is Larry's. For me, I can try that. Put a perception of, okay, if example, Jubilee managed to get, let's say, 90% of Mount Kenya votes. Au wako naye kwenye hizo rallies, most of them, let's say, okay, it's 20%. Now, most of them, I can't see mtu yule ambaye ni mwelewa. Kuna watu wa mama mboga wamejichokea. They are really tired. They know msoto wa nyumba wa Kenya. They can't be even fooled. We leave their work and go to those kind of rallies. So I can give him perception of 20% of the entire 90% votes. That's are the people he's associating with. That's why he can carry them, move from one town to another town. But when it comes to the little sense, when things will start becoming a proper hit, you'll see how the Mount Kenya. I don't know the detail much into Mount Kenya, but for me, the way I see, I'm from Tanzania, as you know, but I really love following the politics in Kenya. But I can say that when the heat of politics start rising up in a proper way, especially these dates, they are naming the dates of Jubilee, NDC, and then come Baba declares his bid. You start seeing watu wanza kujipanga. You see people erupting from nowhere. People popping out. Wanaunga hivi na hivi. And the ones who made the wrong jumping out of the ship, they start regretting. So I don't think some people, Kenyans, are so full to get fooled enough with this kind of perception of media to be relevant into YouTube. Seeing you can jump from one town to another town, you gather, make a gathering of people, and they can't see anything else you're trying to tell them, because at the end of the day, you have got a lot of things you have achieved from the previous 9 years. So if 9 years you haven't managed to convince people, okay, what are you trying to tell us? So the only thing I would like to argue the youth, there's a lot to be done. I know, because it is trying to inject some poison into the youth. So if you're down there in Kenya land, if you're not going to be able to put some resistance, preaching the gospel of real what is Kenya coming from, where it's supposed to head to, you're going to let down a lot of people. And I don't know, because you are the one who is going to be suffering. People, they fought, they have done their dues. But you guys, you have to pick. Kamata hiyo kijiti and pass to other people as well to make sure that you pass the message to the right people to make sure that this kind of poison should never be allowed. Because you don't need the politics of money at all. So if he owns that Mount Kenya, well, there's no point of him keep getting busy with Mount Kenya, touring 3 days, the entire week in Mount Kenya. So if hiyo kama tayari iko kwa mfuko, sasa achane nayo, akashughulike na Western, akashughulike na Coast, akashughulike na Nyanza, achane nayo Mount Kenya. That's the only thing I can say. But youth, you've got a big task. Keep preaching the gospel of real politics. You have to get away from this dirty politics. That's the only thing I like to say.
Okay, thank you, Jay. We appreciate your input.
Carol amerudi.
Carol. Unmute. How are you? It is Carol's assistant or Carol herself?
Jabet.
Okay, thank you. Community ancestor, vipi?
Niko fresh kaka, niko fresh pastor, niko fresh sana.
Karibu. Mlima unateleza ama huko vipi? Mbona tuko huko mpaka usiku wa manane?
Oh my god. By the way, siasa Kenya bado. Hii ni sosa. Wakati mtaona manzee William Samoei Ruto ametolewa maybe Karen, because unajua baada ya date 30 kuna mengi, because sasa William Samoei Ruto kama hatakuwa mtu wa Jubilee, mambo ya Karen sijui kama ataendelea kukaa pale. By the way, tutaona mambo mingi. So Mount Kenya nimeona umeandika kuwa ina slip away. How come ina slip away from William Samoei Ruto? Because hii ni stronghold yake. So asitie shaka, bado mambo inakuja. By the way, leo nimefurahi sana kusikia yale maneno yenye baba ameongea pale Lamu. Kitu ya kwanza kuhusu mambo ya title deeds, by the way it is very good, watu wa Coast wapate their title deeds, na itawasaidia hasa pande ya kupata loans maybe kwa bank. At the same time, unajua sasa when you have a title deed, your children are safe, whereby unaweza kawa distribute your parcel of land so that they can be able to help themselves. Alafu na kitu kingine kuhusu mambo ya the tuna corridor ambayo huanga inabeba samaki from Maldives to Seychelles. By the way, kama hapa juu hapa mahali tulipo huanga hizo canned fish ndio huanga tunapenda kula sana mazee. So hizo unajua hizo ni zile ambazo ni fish ambayo imetolewa mafupa, so it is very soft manze. So hebu niambie, factory imeundwa pale Lamu, wamama wameajiriwa, cause hiyo ni kazi ambayo unajua ni kama kufanya kazi kwa mishiri. Wamama wanapenda. Nilikuwa naona pale airport when I was a screener pale, vile wamama walikuwa wanafanya kazi manzi, unafurahi. Unaona mama ameingia 8 anatoka maybe 5, vile anaruka pale akiweka hizo mamishiri hivi. So hebu niambie pale Mombasa hizo samaki zimefuliwa kutoka kwa hiyo tuna koldo zimeletwa kwa factory, zimetolewa mafupa, zinawekwa kwa mikebe, then kutoka hapo zinawekwa kwa barafu, zinaletwa majuu. Pesa manze. Alafu na kitu kingine, hii mambo ya baba kusema kuwa anataka Lamu iwe Dubai. Oh my God, which is very good. Unajua the moment pale Lamu tutachukua serikali itachukua a big huge of land, itengeneze maybe magodowns whereby Lamu Port, because Lamu Port right now it can be able to hold in fact huge ships like now ile yenye muliona juzi ile block the Suez Canal, tunaita the Evergreen. Ushaona sasa ship kama hizo wakati zitakuwa zinaleta cargo into the port of Mombasa, alafu hiyo cargo ikitolewa kwa meli inaletwa hapo, then kutoka hapo inakuwa transported into African states. Kwa sasa tukiunda Kenya, tukiunda a huge space of land iwe kama Dubai, mizigo mingi ya hizi nchi zingine itakuwa ina dock Mombasa, then kutoka hapo inakuwa transported to maybe Morocco, in fact tutapata huge amount of dollars, na hapo Kenya itasonga mbele. Nikizungumza kuhusu William Samoei Ruto, in fact William Samoei Ruto right now is in panic mode. Ndio mnaona kuwa mtoto wa mwenyewe, kijana wa mwenyewe amepanic mpaka whereby anaweza, nilimuona kuagiza manze anafanya campaign, which means the hit ya tarehe 9 next month ya baba kudeclare his bid inaendelea kuguza mbavu zake. Alafu ile kitu ilinishtua ni moja, wakati William Samoei Ruto anajifananisha yani anafananisha hii model yake ya bottom up na Kristo, mpaka nikashindwa William Ruto, how come sasa Kristo Yesu tulikuwa tunajua vizuri huyu ni yule Kristo ambaye aliambiwa na shetani kuwa kwa sababu nimeona uko na njaa. Unajua shetani alikuwa anataka kuteka advantage of Jesus Christ kuwa he was fasting and he was feeling hungry, whereby akimwambia just kneel down, you worship me so that I can be able to give you the whole world. Now William Samoei Ruto yeye hawezi akajifananisha ama hizi model zake na Kristo Yesu, reason being wakati William Samoei Ruto amepewa nafasi ya kupeana services to the people of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto ndio huyu amechukua the Muteshi land, William Samoei Ruto amechukua Western land. Kristo Yesu hakuna kitu ya mwanadamu alichukua, kwa kama Kristo Yesu angechukua kitu chochote yeye angeamua, kwa sababu alikuwa na njaa, angepiga magoti chini aambie shetani now give me the whole world iwe jangu. But William Samoei Ruto si unaona yeye anafanya the contrary, and this is the the man ambaye mumeona kuwa in fact alijichochea akajipiga mawe pale Kondele ndiposa akuje kuincite the people of the mountain, kwa sababu baba is going to Kiambu. Anataka naye baba akienda Kiambu maybe because after azimio ya Ukambani baba anaelekea Kiambu ndiye akuje kumalizia Nairobi. So William Samoei Ruto ameenda how come mimi nilikuwa kuna maybe wale wenye walikuwa how come William Samoei Ruto amesimama juu ya gari juu, mawe zinarushwa hapa, hataki kutingizika kabisa. Mimi nashindwa, yani hata wewe hauogopi hiyo mawe inaweza kugonga hata chicho lakini yeye mliona what he did, but it is so bad, na ni kitu ambayo inastahili ikemewe. Hata ninasema kuwa wale security officers wenye walikuwa pale, hata mimi vile niko hivi, wakati unaona kuwa your life is in danger, you are not supposed kukaa pale, you are supposed to run away. But yeye mwenyewe aliamua kusimama, mawe zikalia, lakini God knows, na Mungu mwenyewe hivi karibuni atakuja kumjibu kabisa. Me, I know the Luo people sio watu ambao wako violent. Luo people uanga maybe wakati umeinsert pressure on them is when they react. Kama polisi wakati wanawakimbisha, wanawarushia live bullets, ndio unaona the Luo wanaamua kureact. But sasa pale Kondele, mimi nashangaa polisi hawakuwa pale kuwa judge and ndiposa jamaa wa react, because walikuwa wamepewa pesa yao, walikuwa wamepewa their handout. So hii mambo ya stage managing ya William Samoei Ruto, I know the God of heaven na earth, huyu mwenye tunaabudu, yeye mwenyewe nguvu zake zitakuja kujidhihirisha at the end of the day. Mambo yote itakuja wazi na William Samoei Ruto hata kuwa na mahali pa kushikilia. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, community ancestor. I hope that is clear enough. Carol Jebet, how are you? Unmute your mic and speak. You unmute, then speak.
Okay, good evening, brothers.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening.
So I only have 6 questions to ask Kenyans. Can Kenyans tell me, those ones who are supporting my brother, why are they supporting William Ruto? To the point, he was elected as the Vice President of Kenya and is being paid by our taxpayer money. From 2018, after the elections, he goes around campaigning the whole time. Why does he put our country in a campaigning mode all the time? The second thing is talking about big promises that is going to give Kenyans that no any other presidential candidate has ever offered to us. To the point, for the last 9 years, he gets our taxpayer money. What has he so far done to the wananchi? Third, the money that he uses around, he doesn't have a mint in Kenya where he produces money. For people who celebrate his offerings, why can't he, if he is a good man who wants to help the country in the whole world? I've never seen a country being run by handouts. For the old women and Baba and sick people who are in the villages and in the houses, can they reach him to get the handouts? And for the young people who tell me the meaning, can somebody tell me the meaning of hustler? And if Ruto has been in power since Moi time and is still a hustler, then it's an undeliever. He can never deliver, he can never achieve anything. Because I cannot say that I'm all this time as a member of parliament, as a minister, and as a vice president for 9 years, is still a hustler. Hustler means somebody with nothing. And can a hustler just have 9 choppers? Does he know the meaning of hustler? And for the people that follow him blindly because they love the slogan of hustler, can they tell me how far will they move the hustler? Fourth, after the elections, when he will be in power and he has all the state machineries that he doesn't need anybody, where will handouts come from? Fifth, for the young generation and the MPs who are just tumbocrats, who are following Ruto and preaching the name of Ruto, are they really genuine with themselves and the people who elected them? Even those MPs, can all their MPs, their relatives go to Ruto and get the handouts that Ruto gets? Third, if we can only stay that we wait for elections to come to get handouts, can a country go far? Last but not least, can any of Ruto's supporters tell me why they are supporting Ruto? Me, I come from Sotik, but I was born somewhere in Koru. I grew in Koru, and I can speak even that language of the Koru perfect. But I would rather die than to support somebody that I say is my tribe. I don't go with the tribe. I need somebody who can deliver to the country. I need somebody who is a president of Kenyans, not of an ethnic group. Ruto was given 50-50 with His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. He only gave people from my tribe. Why can't he that time, as a leader who was looking at the future of the Kenyans, share this portal with other tribes? Why does he only believe that he's only safe in his cocoons? Why can't he try other people? And if a country can only be run by two tribes, that only the slots go to Kikuyu and Kalenjins, where are other fellow Kenyans? That one come to end of my questions. May God bless you. I love you people, and I've been following it, and I've tried today to enter. Even my husband is supporting you. God bless you.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Clear enough.
Send our regards, Carol.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you. Aya, naomba kuna mtu ana majibu ya Carol. Ruben.
Thank you, Ben. Mimi ninaweza njibu Carol namna hii. Carol, can you understand Kiswahili? Carol, ni mute. Can you understand?
Anaelewa Kiswahili kama amezaliwa Koru hapa.
Okay, thank you. Vile mimi ninaweza njibu Carol ni hivi. Hatujaingia kwa siasa bado. Nchi yetu bado tuko wakati wa kufanya maendeleo na mambo zingine. It is only William Ruto who is in politics. Raila Odinga is moving around this country preaching azimio la umoja. Azimio la umoja. Kupatana, kupendana na kuwa na umoja. Unity. That is what Right Honorable Raila Odinga is preaching. William Ruto looks so bitter. So bitter. I don't know why he is so bitter. If at all you know you've delivered, ni kwa nini ukuwe na hasira? Another day here tulielewana ya kwamba it was a debate ambayo tulikuwa tunazungumza na watu wengine. Story ya mortar and brick development, zile ambazo tunakaa tukifikiria. Watu wanasema ni barabara, ni mijengo, ni reli, ni stima, kuconnect stima na kufanya hii na hii. Mambo yale ambayo ni ya kawaida, physical development projects. Hizo sio zile vitu wa Kenya wanataka. Kenyans want to be inspired. Wanataka mambo inaitwa inspiration. Mtu yule ambaye atakupa inspire hata baada ya miaka, hata ukiondoka, tunajua you really inspired a generation. And that is what Raila Odinga is. According to me, the guy has inspired a generation. Lakini tukianza kupima development in terms of brick and mortar, mawe, barabara, nini, stima, hiyo sio development, because these things can be destroyed na ukue hauna chochote. Lakini if you are an inspired generation, Even if everything is taken away from you, they can be rebuilt. Timu ile ambayo ina support William Ruto, ukijaribu kuiangalia vizuri, tukitaka kuwa analytical vizuri, ni hawa vijana ambao hii system hii tu ambayo wametengeneza. We've created a generation of joblessness, generation ya gapless, vijana ambao wanaamka, all they do is to couple. They even coupling with their lives, they are coupling in politics, they are coupling in their thinking, coupling all over. Everything they do is all about coupling. Mpaka siasa za saa hizi people are coupling. So even ukisimama ulize kijana mdogo unataka kuchagua Ruto kwa nini, atakwambia this guy speaks nicely, he knows how to speak, ana handle Raila vizuri, ako eloquent, systematic, jamaa anajua, is charismatic, ile kuongea mfululizo na kupromise na kusema. Lakini swali lile ambalo linakuwa ngumu kujibu ni kwamba hii pesa mnasema itatoka mboto juu ikuje huku chini, italetwa na nani? Hiyo medium ambayo italeta hizo pesa from top to bottom ni gani? Haya, ukiletea watu unaita wabonda bonda pesa, what will they do with it? Watu ya bonda bonda wanahitaji watu wa kubeba. Ukiletea mama mboga pesa, already is a mama mboga. Anauza.
Schatzi, bitte. Ich höre dies. Nicht reden. Bitte, bitte.
Yeah?
Nein, du musst. Ich muss hier, wo Licht ist.
Carol, please.
Carol, unmute.
Okay, mama mboga already has mkoti mboga. Ndio maana anaitwa mama mboga. Ako na mboga tayari sokoni. Anahitaji empowerment ya aina gani? I think mama mboga anahitaji general populace ikuwe empowered ndio mboga zake zipate wakulaji. I think mtu ya bonda bonda anataka the other team general populace ikuwe empowered ndio apate customers wa kubeba. I think mtu ya kinyozi anataka industries ikuwe around him or her ndio watu wa kuajiriwa kwa hizo companies wakuwe watu wa kunyolewa. So how do you empower mtu ya kinyozi without empowering general population ya kunyolewa? Uta-empower aje mtu ya bonda bonda ukuja empower abiria ya kubebwa? Uta-empower mama mboga namna gani kama uja-empower mtu ya kukula hizo mboga? Okay? So hii excitement ya I will empower you. Empower you to become what? Binadamu vile wameumbwa na vile tuko sisi wote including hawa watu wako studio hapa leo, we always run to opportunities. Ukisikia pesa zimeteremshwa huko chini, I'm not an economist. Ukisikia pesa zimetumwa huko chini, pesa mingi, all of us you rush where money is. It means all of us tutaenda mahali pesa zimepelekwa na serikali, zote tutakutana huko, na at the end of the day you will have so many mouths to feed. So when you say unataka kupeana mtu ya bonda, mtu ya kinyozi, mama mboga, mtu ya salon, mtu ya mkokoteni and all that, hao watu wanabebewa merchandise na bonda na mkokoteni, au mtu wa mkokoteni kumwempower atabeba nini? Those are the questions that we are supposed to ask ourselves. Na hii uongo yote tumbimbiani max slowly. Unajua ukiambiwa kitu immediately unakuwa excited. Lakini ikikaa dakika 10, 20, siku 2, 3, you start asking yourself hard questions. Hata ukienda kutongoza mtu, ukimwambia unamdanganya mtu uongo twingine kidogo, lakini akienda kando pale anafikiria, anaona hapa ni mchezo, hii ni uongo lakini ni sawa. We all know that. Hata hapa Mount Kenya ukijaribu kuwa analytical kidogo, most members of parliament wale wanafuata Honorable William Ruto, our deputy president, are first time members of parliament. Waliingia wakiwa msoto, wakiwa wametoka kampeni ya 2017. Most of them. Most of them ni watu ya tamu ya kwanza. Watu wameishiwa, walienda wakakaribishwa huko, wakawekwa kando, wakawekwa kwa mfuko, wakasahau. Sasa hii kujitoa kwake wanaona aibu, but hawa watu ni watu wale walikuwa wageni, hawajui hata huko kunaendanga namna gani. This time round wameshindwa watajitoa namna gani. They are waiting the electorate, the public lynch. They will be lynched kwa kura huko. Hakuna mtu atarudi bunge because they've delivered nothing. Ukijaribu kuangalia watu wale ambao wanakuanga na watu, people who run masses, watu wale ambao wana run masses, especially in Mount Kenya, it is the devolved government. Those are facts. Kwa sababu devolved government ndio iko na MCAs, ndio governor, ndio MCAs. MCA ndio analyze na watu kuchini kabisa. Na ukiangalia Mount Kenya except Madam Anne Waiguru, nobody else ambaye anafuata story ya William Ruto. Mtu yule anajulikana Meru zaidi ni Kiraitu Murungi, ako upande wa mzee Raila. Ukiangalia Peter Munya, the former governor, ako upande ya Raila Odinga. Ukizunguka upatane na Isiolo ndio inashikana na Meru, iko upande ya Raila governor. Ukizunguka upande wa Laikipia inashikana na Isiolo, ako ni Mureithi, ako na upande wa Raila. Ukiangalia Mutahi Kahiga wa Nyeri, ako na Raila. Waiguru is an performer, amekimbilia upande ya Ruto. There is no single governor except governor wanne wa Rift Valley ambao wako na William Ruto. Wabunge wote kina Nyoro ni wabunge wa tamu ya kwanza na kina Waome tamu ya kwanza. They do not really know what it means. Hawaja koma kisiasa. Kanini Kega is the only member of parliament in Nyeri ambaye ana run tamu ya pili. Nobody else. Kutoka women rep mpaka chini mpaka governor, hakuna mwingine ana run tamu ya pili. Hakuna hata mmoja. Na hao ndio wameshikilia nani? Kanini Kega ndiye ako upande ya baba. He is the second term member of parliament. Actually yeye hata watu huku kwetu wanapiga kelele because he stomached 400 kilometers of road huko kwake, ako upande ya baba. So ukijaribu kuangalia na kuwa analytical vizuri, hii mambo mnasema ya Mount Kenya ni vile mtu alikuja akatembea peke yake, akaingia kwa masses ya kanisa, akatengeneza makanisa, akajenga huko. Pastors have been supporting him. Pastors quote and quote wameishi kumsupport kwa sababu ya mijengo. Amefuata watu wakipeana pesa huko because he has been alone. Obviously he is number one. Hata ukikimbia peke yako Bernard utakuwa wewe ndio umembreak world record because you are alone. So hii story ya kuuliza ni kina nani wana support William Ruto, ako na supporters wake hawa vijana na wasichana wamezaliwa between 1999 2000 hapa first term voters ambao wako excited. They do not exactly understand what it means by voting. Na wengi ni hao wameshikwa na apathy, hawajachukua kura. Ukienda kwa mkutano hiyo unaona watu wanatembea in mass. Hakuna watu serious wanaenda hiyo mikutano. It's like 10 or 20%. Na hata wao wanaenda kusikiza. Wakisikia milioni inapeanwa, they think a million shilling divided to all of them watapata a million shilling. But at the end of the day mtu anakuwa surprised, hakuna kitu amepata. So mimi ningeadvise William Ruto angekuwa scarce, asitokee kwa Mount Kenya sana, kwa sababu vile unaendelea kuja ndivyo unaendelea kwa watu wanaendelea kukuchukia. Continuously unaendelea ukijiexpose. People are continually becoming hungry and angry each and every day. Kwa sababu unasema you are elected as conjoined twins na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu hawezi akamfuta kazi. Na mambo ya bottom up sie tumejua hiyo kitu jana. Why didn't you practice that thing 2013? Mambo ya kitu cha pili. Ukijaribu kusikiza kiongozi yeyote yule ambaye anaku promise something kama stadium. Anaku promise stadium ya nini? First of all, nchi ambayo ni agrarian kama hii yetu ya kulima, una promise watu stadium. First of all, hapo ndio watu wangejui mtu ametuletea mambo ya stadium, he is wishing people to be seated inside there to be lectured. Kibaki hakujenga stadium hata moja in his 10 years. Hakujenga stadium hata moja. In fact, nikiambua hakuna stadium, hata Nyeri hakujenga stadium na ni kwake. He empowered the youth. He inspired people. He told them kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. Na watu wakajua what it means by paying taxes. Because the taxes zile tulikuwa tunalipa zilikuwa zinaonekana on the ground. Unaona barabara imetengenezwa courtesy of your taxes. Na hapo ndio Kibaki anatokelezea kuwa a great leader. But in William Ruto we have a famous leader. A famous leader. Famous, you can be famous but not great. Adolf Hitler was famous but he wasn't a great leader. So ile kitu ambacho tunaambia vijana na tunasema kama vijana, tujiulize hand questions. Hand questions. Ukipewa pesa leo, utapewa kesho na kesho kutwa. Hiyo pesa unaambiwa itatoka huko juu, ikuje huku chini, itakuja na medium gani, italetwa na chief, utaenda ukaichukue kwa kanisa, utaiendea mtaa gani, utawekewa kwa account, how will it come? Kama tuko CRB 14 million Kenyans, itakujia wapi first of all if we can't access them through banks? How? Collateral ni nini? Hiyo pesa itakuwa imetolewa kwa yupi? Where is that person? Where is that money minting machine ambayo itatoa hiyo pesa ndio ituletee huku chini? What is it? Seriously. Hii ndio message tunafaa tu translate from this media tuipeleke on the ground. Si lazima ukuwe facilitated. On your small way, ukipata group ya 10, 20, 30 people, try to educate them on the meaning of kupiga kura, voting, na kupiga kura wisely. Hii story ya Mount Kenya, watu kutembea Mount Kenya people are not fools. They are the wisest people. Wabunge wa Mount Kenya wamenyamaza. You can't see them yapping. Wametulia, ngoja ile siku the kingpin will call them a single meeting. Watasoma tu statement moja. This man will be black and white. I'm telling you the truth. The silent majority, na mimi I'm not biased, I'm not a Luo, I've never seen Raila, I don't know him. But ukiwauliza watu chini, uulize mtu vizuri, muulize a question. What do you think? Mbia wachana na huyu mtu anaenjoy. But to vote, actual voting, I'm telling you, Raila Odinga will have more votes in Mount Kenya than William Ruto. Not 50-50. That one is understatement. Story ingine ile ambayo
Bwana Ruben, thank you. Yes. Usimalize kila kitu.
Asante, sorry.
Hapa tunapatia muda mtu mwingine alafu tarudi baadaye. We take 2 to 3 minutes per session. But nashukuru kwa mchango wako, unaendelea vizuri. It is important to keep your mic mute and then what is it called? Because of the public platform, lazima tukae square. Let's not expose kids. Mr. RMJ, na feature wewe kwanza, umalize babysitting alafu tarudi. It's good for us to keep within the media wherever requirement, so that hakuna itilafu. We don't want to expose the children for nothing, and children can say anything. So we must be careful. Temba, karibu, vipi?
Asante sana mkurugenzi, uko namna gani?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Nimeona wewe sasa, niko karibu kuanza kupumua.
Nimeshukuru sana kuona WG inawezekana. Ruben Babadulo, community ancestor, pokeeni salamu zangu kutoka
karibu Temba,
kutoka upeo wa mbali huko.
Haya, karibu. Thank you. Now tunasikiliza inawezekana kwanza, ndio Temba naye achukue.
Asante sana Bernard na akina Themba, WG Community, Ruben na Bwana Dulu. I've been listening and it's good. You guys mna make sense sana na pia RMJ. Especially not to be biased but Mr. Ruben, nimependa sana your presentation, the way you are bringing things out. Vitu zina make sense and especially for us, some of us who are the new voters. Okay, I'm not a new voter, nilivote 2017, but you know, my generation, when I sit and discuss with the kind of the people that are age mates, unasikia mambo wanaongea, you have just said exactly what they usually say. Unasikia mtu anasema, you know, this William Ruto, the way he is eloquent, anamjibu sana Bwana Raila. So
One
huyu
moment,
Bwana Raila, yeah.
well, just a minute. Karojebet.
Yeah.
You keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak.
Okay, sorry.
You can't keep it
sorry,
on.
Gia. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as I was saying, when you listen to the youth when they speak, when someone is actually saying that this guy is so eloquent, he's so fashionable, Mr. Odinga has nothing to say, as in the kind of argument that these guys are bringing, trying to defend the so-called chief hustler, you just wonder what kind of politics that Mr. Ruto introduced in this country. When you look at it clearly, unapata anabadilisha the kind of politics. He is the guy that is giving out handouts, yani he is buying people with the belief that this akiwanunua they will turn out to be votes. But as you have said, Mr. Ruben, I'm just naangalia tu venye tu umesema naangalia tu venye umesema, you find out that the majority of people are silent and they are towards one side. They listen and they know what they will actually do in the end, which is also inajionyesha in what Mr. Odinga is trying to say. Mr. Odinga is trying to say azimio la umoja. He is trying to say that in this election that is coming, he just does, ukiangalia closely, he just doesn't want to just win. He wants to win with a big margin, ile ambayo haitakuwa contested, because we have been witnessing contested elections, you know, ambayo inaleta watu wanapingana, watu wanagawanya, unaona. So this azimio la umoja, when you look at it clearly, unapata anataka watu wasikize message, watu wajue ni nini wanataka, watu wakuwe on one side, so that yani we move on regardless. We move on after this election, we go on to the next. So this should be something, and that's why I like this forum. This should be something that should be preached to people. People should sit back and listen to what their leaders are saying. They make their decisions on 9th April. The last thing I would like to say ni venye tu the way Mount Kenya is behaving. I like the way Mount Kenya iko, and on Mr. Kenyatta, I think he is going to repeat. You know, when this handshake happened, waliamua wanataka kurudi kurekebisha makosa ambayo ilifanyika ile kitambo, and Mr. Kenyatta on 30th, I think he wants kurekebisha what happened 2002 when he had an NDC. I was very small, I was in class 2, but when looking back in history, you see what he wants to do. Anataka kurekebisha, like when Moi wanted alipochagua Kenyatta, and then watu hawakukuwa wanakubaliana na the way he chose, wakaamua waende hiyo upande ingine and he failed. So this time he wants to make a good decision by kuchagua mtu wa maana, and we will see what he will do, but I believe he is going to do something that will shock Kenyans. And also Miss Martha Karua, I think she will be a good deputy president to Mr. Odinga. That's my view, and that's what I just wanted to share with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Inawezekana. I appreciate your contribution. Swali moja tu kwako.
Yes.
Huyu William Ruto inaonekana akiwa peke yake, uzani wake unashuka sana, kwa sababu the William Ruto side by side with Uhuru, the Uhuruto ticket, and those promises of 2013, 2017, they would shake this country to the core. Why is he struggling? And he claims to be the one who made everybody president, prime minister, and every other person. Uzani wake unategemea kwa wengine ama ana uzani peke yake?
Mr. William Ruto hana uzani wowote, because when you look at the kind of support yenye anapata, like wale watu wanamfuata, there is nobody that is substantial in his following. Ukiangalia wale MPs ambao wako nao si madharau, lakini ukiangalia like Gachagua is someone who is expected in that camp to be a deputy president in his camp. So you just hapo, I can just say he has no following. It is deteriorating because he was the only guy that was running, as you guys have said in this panel. He is the only guy that has been running, and when Raila wakati sasa anaingia katika hii safari, unapata it is rapidly deteriorating. Yeah? I think anashuka sana, and Mr. Odinga will win massively.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. WG ni swali ama maoni? Ni time ya Themba.
I know. Hiyo swali yako ndio nilitaka tu kujibu kidogo.
Okay, kwa nusu dakika tafadhali.
William Ruto had not been known by most people by the time he was assisting the president Uhuru Kenyatta take power. People had not known the kind of person he is until he showed his ugly face on his relationship with the president during the first term. What infuriated most Kenyans, number one, was his arrogance during the 2013-2018 period, the theft of public resources, which was very, very eminent. Again, the things like taking people's land, public lands, and his neighbors' land, and general aggressiveness that he exhibited during the other tenure, but more so when he failed to maintain the relationship with Uhuru Kenyatta. That is when now, and even going to Uhuru Kenyatta's backyard and trying to claim the kingship there. That is like entering someone's bedroom and trying to get someone's wife by force and assume the head of that family. It is really not in order.
Okay, thank you. Themba, as you come in, there is Oliver Mwashi. You are asking people to subscribe, and there was a specific message to Themba. Utafute Oliver Mwashi on YouTube. So sijui mna uhusiano gani, lakini uko na uhuru kupigia debe channel yako, and when you're on this platform we also encourage you to subscribe to Mtembei TV and any other channel that somebody is requesting. We are here to build one another. Ni azimio la umoja, kwa hivyo let's not segregate against anyone. But if you are waiting to speak, don't just wait. Share the link so that other people we can increase on the viewers. The more the viewers, the better, larger crowd we are addressing. So don't just wait for your turn to speak. As you wait for others to speak, for your turn to come, share the link so that you invite as many people to watch as possible. Thank you very much. I want us to hear from Themba, then continue. Themba, karibu.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for that. And I have noted Oliver Mwashi. I might not know him, but it's okay. Let's subscribe to, as Bernard has said, you can also check out my channel, Themba Ondiege, on YouTube, and you subscribe and invite other people to subscribe, and any other person that you see their channel there. You can just, it takes a second and it's free to subscribe. As you subscribe to Mutembei, I mean, if you have come in here and you haven't subscribed, Kwanza, are you all subscribed? Those who are in this space right now, are you all subscribed to Mutembei TV? Kama kuna mtu wako subscribed, tumtoe kwa hii pesa ende yeah.
Subscribe kwanza.
Wasubscribe kwanza ndio warudi. So Emmanuel Mayaka, karibu. Now,
Themba, umekatwa na watu wa Safaricom. Wewe umeingilia watu kusubscribe.
Unanisikia?
Okay, now you're back. Continue.
Oh.
I think you're having technical hiccups.
Okay, let me log out, then I come back.
Yeah, okay, get back. Get out and then get back. Oh, Robert, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, hebu kwa dakika moja. Unmute kwanza, Mr. Robert.
Oh, thank you very much. I forgot to unmute. So actually, I'm saying, Mr. Bernard, that while my colleagues were talking, actually, I was taking my time to go through the charts. And I want to say that as Kenyan youths, we have a lot to do to convince ourselves and to convince our kids and kids that we are the next generation of leaders, actually. Actually, we don't have to pour vitriol. You know, we are here to air our opinions with respect to whatever we feel with respect to the governance of this nation. It doesn't mean that we are actually, by taking sides, that we must just take other people's side. You know, opinions are different, are divergent. Actually, I have friends who are Ruto supporters, right? But the key point here is that as a country, we are still a young democracy. We are yet to hit that level that countries like Ghana, I'm talking within the African context, countries like Ghana, Botswana have reached. We are still far because of the kind of politics. We are not actually what is termed a nation, that we cannot think as a nation. We are a country of different nations. That is why this idea of mtu wetu is coming in. Actually, we need to change this mindset because we are the people who suffer at the end. We elect wrong leaders, but we end up regretting. You see, for instance, I share a location with the governor, my governor of Homa Bay County. But I have never voted for him. It's because I simply don't share his opinion. That does not mean that I am wrong, right? So the point here is, if somebody actually supports Ruto, yes, it is his or her democratic right. But again, it is his or her responsibility to tell us whatever Ruto has done as a leader and what he is planning to do as a president. The same question we would ask if, for example, Raila becomes a president, Kalonzo becomes a president for a span of 5 years, we would ask, if he comes back to ask for votes from us, we would ask him the same question, that what have you done in your tenure as a president or a deputy president? If he or she has not delivered, we will tell him or her that, no, sir, no, madam, you have not done anything that can warrant a re-election. So like in this case, Mr. Ruto, the deputy president, is still in office. He has all the chance to deliver that. He has all the time to help Uhuru. And by the way, there is no need, let's not pretend to blame the president but leave the deputy out of it. Because if we are talking about the failures of Jubilee government, we are talking about Jubilee of Uhuru and Ruto. So that is why I'm trying to plead with us that let us assess these leaders soberly. That after the expiry of their term, after the end of the 5-year term, as is the case with my MP, if he comes to ask for a vote from me, I would ask him, Mr. MP, I gave you my vote because of whatever was conveyed in your manifesto. Let us now go back to your manifesto. You are telling us that you will provide clean water for us. Is that water provided? If it is no, then you say no, you are not fit to be a leader. You are using our money. You know, I am a taxpayer, you are a taxpayer. Mr. Community Shield, inawezekana, and all these panelists are taxpayers, and we have all the rights to actually question each and every leader we have. That is why on the ground, we have to do a background check on these leaders. You find that Raila has been a prime minister. We have all the rights to assess his achievement as a prime minister. What policies did his office initiate? Again, we have to ask Ruto, Mr. Mudavadi, who has been the vice president, Kalonzo has been a vice president. What have they been doing? I mean, rather, what are their achievements while they were holding those offices? And that is why when you talk about Raila, for example, one of the projects that actually came during his reign, during his period as a prime minister, is the Thika Superhighway. It's something that we can see. He's one of the initiators of such. Then let's talk about the reign of Jubilee. Actually, I talk about Jubilee because we talk about Ruto and Uhuru. Let's start with the SGR, for example. Yes, it's a good project, but you find that it was inflated. It was ballooned. Recently, I read about Egypt launching the project of the electric train at a cost that is much lower than ours. So as a country and generally as youths, let us avoid thinking as a Kalenjin, as a Luo, as a Kikuyu, as a Meru, as a Kamba, as a Somali, but rather let us think about these issues as youths. Let us question. Don't fear questioning a leader from your tribe. If they are not delivering, then tell them on their eyes. Say that, no, sir, no, madam, you are not fit to be a leader. And I feel with that we'll get a right direction as leaders and as Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robert. I believe that's clear enough. Themba, now I'm sure you are sorted.
I hope I'm okay now.
Karibu, you're okay.
Okay. I was going to give comments, and I can see Ruben has left. Ruben made some very nice views and observations when he was talking about Mount Kenya, which I thought was something worth echoing and letting the population know more about, because you need to be a little bit more analytical when talking about Ruto's pursuit for Mount Kenya votes and what is on the ground. I also like the questions that one Jabet was asking. So I thought they were more rhetorical because much of them were actually, she was answering them as she was moving across. Comparing Ruto and Raila is like comparing day and night. Raila has shown times without a number that he's pro-democracy. He agitated for human rights since he started his entry into politics. He's been an honest politician all through. When he could not agree with a particular view, he could afford to say, let me go back and face the ballot, resign from that party, go back, face the ballot, and come back on a new mandate. He's done that. You know, he has shown that it doesn't matter. Principles matter. It is not about selfish interest. He fought for multi-party democracy when one William Samoei Ruto was still fighting for one-party system. He came and fought for the constitution when one William Samoei Ruto did not want that constitution to pass. He came in, and even when that constitution passed, it is the same William Samoei Ruto that has enjoyed the post of deputy president, you know. So he is the first under the current constitution. And even when we are trying to make things better by the BBI, the courts actually question the process, not the content of it. One, Dr. William Samoei Ruto still was not for it. Though he was showing, 50-50 support, he didn't know where he was until the court pronounced itself to it. So we are seeing one person who is not so clear. And up to today, one Dr. William Samoei Ruto has not expressively talked about corruption and his intention on how he's going to fight corruption. So there are two things he can't talk about. He can't talk about corruption in any platform and how he's going to fight it. And he can't talk about constitution and constitutionalism. He can't talk about it. You know, he can promise the things that he's trying to promise. And I think moving forward, someone is telling us that we need to talk about probably looking at manifestos. We want to see which manifesto. Someone actually posited that manifestos in Kenya are never read. They are copy-paste of each other. Like right now, there were questions that Ruben was asking that when this money is going to be going down, what is the process? How is it going to reach you? If you are all on CRB, that means that your bank cannot accept that money because you have loans that you have to pay. So is he first of all going to pay the loans that you have before he gives you the other money that he wants to give you? I mean, what will be the process? You already have loans as we speak. He's saying that you have taken Fuliza. You have been listed. So how is he going to sort that out as he gives you the 1,000? Is he going to negotiate with your Fuliza people? Is he going to negotiate with your bankers? You see, that in itself is hogwash in my view. You know, so it doesn't make sense. Ruto, over time, has suggested that for him it is just about power. And if you can hear what he said, there was a time they had a meeting with one Jirongo, and he was laughing at Jirongo, and he was telling him that I used to carry things for Jirongo, but saizi ona mali niko, so mambo ni kujipanga. And I've seen even his son has started posting that mambo ni kujipanga. Now his son saying that he's a hustler. And there was a time in this particular debate, I said there are narratives that you should not push because they will come and affect you. Now, when Ruto's son will want to pick any post, what will he be? Will he be a struggler? Will he be a hustler? Or will he be a dynasty? So that for me, I find very, very, kind of dishonest. Now, Ruto, as someone has said, started he owes us. In fact, I usually say he owes us an apology. He owes us, first of all, he needs to repay us the money that he has earned for 4 years without working. He has used the office that we elected him to work, to push his own personal agenda. Even as they are accusing Matiang'i, as they are accusing those other people, he needs to account for the money that he has been paid for 4 years to work as a deputy president, but he has used that position to campaign for himself. So that is using state resources, because everywhere he goes, he has escort. He is using state resources. So he's also misusing state resources. He cannot, he has no more authority to blame Matiang'i, to blame those other people. So he should tell us. Actually, the first thing we'll need him to account for 4 years that he has been in office. What did he do with the money that he was paid? You know, that is number one. Secondly, I find it very, very dishonest of one William Samoei Ruto to keep the country in a campaign mood for 4 years up to this time, and still expect the same government to work, and still want to, you know, that government to deliver on the things that they promised. So if he hasn't given us the promises that they had with the Jubilee government, he has no more authority to stand up and tell us that they're going to deliver on anymore. So as Kenyans, as someone has rightfully said, we owe it to ourselves and to the generations ahead, because one time they will ask, what did we do with our information that we had and with our vote at this time? When we saw that things were not going right, what did you do? And as someone has said here, your vote, and as we keep saying, your vote is the one that makes the change. Go to the ballot box with your mind, not with your stomach. Go to the ballot box with your mind and know that this is going to be a change, a game changer as we move forward. Let us not be swayed by the handouts. Someone says that handouts cannot take you so far. You only survive and you only thrive when the environment is right for you to do business. You can work for yourself. You are not stupid. You are able. You don't need someone to come. You don't need to go to anybody's home to beg. You don't need to go to be told that you have to come to Karen to be given some money. You don't need to be told that you're going to be helped by something. No, someone just needs to create a good environment for you. We already have the structures. There's county government. There's a constitution has created the way. There's youth fund. The systems have been created. It's just now those systems to be used to make you gain from them. So you don't need anyone to come giving you some handouts. I think if we can have that, we can be more focused in what we are going to do. Finally, I don't think you need to listen to any politician who tells you that right now is when they are listening to the ground. Ask them, for the last 4 years, which ground have they been listening to? Which ground have they been listening to? Because you can't tell us that now within the last 1 year is when now you start pretending to listen to the ground. You close your ears to the ground for 4 years, then come within 1 year and say that now I'm listening to the ground. Leadership is not a conversation that you come and have within 1 year of election. As soon as you're elected, you continue listening to the ground until the last day. So any leader who is coming here to tell you that they're listening to the ground, tell them that there are those who have been listening to us for 4 years, for 5 years. So you are coming now, those are people who should be going home. This is not the time for you to elect them. And when they tell you, I'm now listening, I've conducted consultations with 50 or 60 groups. Those are the things they should be doing when they're in office. It's not something they do the last year of the election. So there's no ground that is coming. There's no new ground coming right now. Ground is there. And it has always been there. For the last 4 years, 20 years, it has been there. So any leader coming to you right now that we are listening to the ground has always been there. They have not been listening. The ground has left them. So give it to the person who has been listening to you. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I believe that's clear enough. Joseph Kamemba, your device is not well constituted, so we can't add you to the studio. What you do is get out of the studio, and when you log in, allow StreamYard to control your camera and your audio. 100% you'll be able to be added to the studio. So Joseph Kamemba, if you are able to get me, rekebisha hiyo itasaidia wewe. Joe, vipi? Joe, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, welcome, welcome.
Sorry, last time you kept me so long and I slept. I don't know whether I caused some conveniences to the listeners and to the people in the panel. But hiyo ni kawaida.
That is why I had to remember you early this time round.
Yeah. Once again, I congratulate you people for being here and for discussing the political matters that are affecting the country. Today's topic, I can see that it's Raila in Coast versus Ruto in Central. My observations are that Ruto has been over-concentrating in Central, and then all his campaigns, whether Central or out of Central, he's been dishing money in terms of millions. He's the one who came with the narrative of the hustlers, those who don't have to be uplifted. And actually, it spread like bushfire. And now the same narrative is now going against him, because the youths have now realized that in every Ruto's public rally, there must be millions to be dished out. So they're coming in their thousands, and that's how he's getting the crowd, hoping to get a piece of this money. But you see, the money, usually it goes from hand to hand. By the time it reaches the youth, it's no longer 1 million, maybe it's 500,000. So they end up getting very little money, and this disappoints them. It's now catching up with the youth that unless there's money, they are going to disrupt those meetings. And this is what is even happening today in Nyeri. Some of the Tanga group went there, and they were heckled. Apparently, the people shouting Baba were more than the people shouting Ruto. So Ruto, his narrative of hustlers is going against him, and it's going to pick also like bushfire, just like it picked up when he said hustlers against dynasties. So this is going to hit him really hard, because people now, they want money now. Kama sio sasa, ni sasa hivi. They're not going to wait, because they are already getting also the idea that Ruto will not give them money as he's promising them when he gets to power. So they want it now. And if he's not going to give them out, he's going to face a defiant youth in his public meetings. And he's also playing into their hands, because you see, he's now increasing the money. He started with the small money. Now it's going to be 2 million, it's going to 5 million. And people are also wondering, the youth are also wondering, this money, ya Ruto ni pesa mingi sana. He must be having a lot of money. So he has to give it to us now and not when he gets to the government. So watakula, and maybe they'll not give him the vote. Now, for Raila, and today, funnily enough, I'm told in Central, Ruto was equating himself to Jesus. And I think that is going overboard, because Jesus was not looking for a seat. And Jesus did not buy helicopters. He did not buy a camel. He rode on a donkey, the cheapest that there was at that time. He did not go for a camel, and he was in the desert. So he cannot equate himself to Jesus. And Jesus was not looking for a seat in heaven, like he's looking for a seat in the government. So I think he's just going overboard on some issues. As for Raila, I think his support in Coast is growing. Okay, Ruto was in Central. That's where his the ground is for him. He believes so. Raila was also in Coast, where he's got a strong support. But different from what Ruto faced in Central, Raila got a very warm welcome. For the first time, an office was opened in Peketoni. Peketoni is largely a Kikuyu area. There's never been an office in Peketoni. And as you know, the Lamu governor is also not even an ODM governor. And he of late, he's been resonating around Raila. So Kajembe, Ray Kajembe also defected the other day. So I think all in all, Raila is gaining, he's cementing his support in cost, Ruto is losing. And as I said before in this forum, let's give it up to February, March next year. I don't think there's going to be anything like UDA. UDA, it will have been reduced, maybe even below for Kenya. That one I can tell you for sure. And you can see also Gideon, people warming up to Gideon. And once the Kalenjins will see that Ruto is going nowhere, they'll swing to Gideon. So I'm giving UDA up to March, and mark these words, up to March next year, we'll have nothing like UDA. That's what I can say for now. Maybe a second round, I'll give you something after I've heard the other people talk. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Kuna mtu na swali? Basi kama hakuna swali, tuende moja kwa moja kwa MC Kimani. Then Shepe. MC Kimani.
Yes.
Vipi lakini?
Mzuri sana.
Mlima unateleza, umekamatwa, umechukuliwa.
Okay, I think Baba has a difficult task ahead to do. If Baba cannot control Kisumu itself, how can he control the whole country? Look at the violence which was witnessed in Kisumu. Kisumu has a governor by name Peter Nyang'o. Peter Nyang'o has intelligence on the ground. He was supposed to control the violence so that he cannot be able to change the name of Raila Odinga. But look what happened. Despite the fact that somebody can say that all the violence which was witnessed in Kisumu was organized so that they can blame it on Raila Odinga. Yeah, it was done, it was executed, and then later the name of Raila Odinga was dragged into. In the process, Raila Odinga lost the support from some communities. So Raila Odinga should beef up his game. He should be able to control his region. It should not be a blame game. It should not be a blame ship every time. Hii kitu kifanyika, it goes, becomes soft. So this is the same scenario which will happen in 2022 if is not going to beef up his game. The second point, Raila Odinga is busy.
Now, before you drop that, MC Kimani, how do you want Raila to beef up security in Kisumu? Is he the Minister for Internal Security or the President, the Deputy President?
Kisumu.
Yes.
Kisumu
is not under the Kenya government.
Kisumu is a stronghold for Baba.
So everybody's stronghold, they have their own security arrangement.
Not their own security arrangement. He knew, he was told that violence is going to happen in Kisumu and Ruto will visit. I don't know
who was told.
Even the intelligence from the ground.
They told Ruto, they told Raila.
So
Ruto
was
where does Raila come in?
Politics is a dirty game. So Raila was to ensure that nothing wrong happens in Kisumu.
Wewe umenichanganya hapa, hapana. Napeana lawama kusipo kuwepo, lakini unaona vile mikono imeenda. Temba uliza hizo swali moja.
At the end of the day, let me
MC Kimani.
To me the question. At the end of the day, Raila's name. Raila's name. Yeah. Yes.
Kimani.
Yeah, ask me.
Unajua, the reason you are seeing so many hands is because even you are not being genuine with your question. assuming where do you stay? Okay, I don't want to know where you stay. Let's assume you stay in say let me take I don't want to go with your name. I want to take a place like Madare North. Say Madare North. Then violence takes place there. Whom would you want to be the one responsible for violence in that place?
I'll blame the youths and then blame the Minister for Interior Security.
Okay, so that's a good question. You blame the youth, Minister for Internal Security. Why? And there is an MP in that place. There's a governor in that place.
I think I don't have answer for that question, obviously. But what I was,
you see now, the reason you don't have an answer is the same reason you are trying to twist the other one. So as you argue, would like to be consistent with our argument. It's okay to support the side you're supporting, but also be consistent and try to be as truthful. Kalonzo comes from Ukambani, and Ruto is in Jubilee, and there was skirmishes when he went to Nyeri, I think Nyeri, Kieni, sometimes. That is the home turf of Uhuru. So do you think we need to attribute that to Uhuru?
But the violence in Kisumu was so much pronounced as compared to what was in Nyeri. And look at where the violence happened in Kisumu. It was in Kondele. And Kondele has been known to be a hostile region. So you do not get my point well. I was saying that even Anyang' Nyong'o was told about the predetermined insecurity in that region.
Between Anyang' Nyong'o and Ruto, who is senior?
Ruto is senior.
Okay, so who gets the intelligence information?
The count boss is Anyang' Nyong'o.
Who is in control of the police in the county?
Declare a meeting. Anyang' Nyong'o can disband a meeting, a political meeting in that region. He can use the Minister for Interior to beef security in that region.
Okay, Bwana MC Kimani, naomba hivi, fanya hivi. I don't want to snatch your time. Please just go straight to the point, and let's restrict ourselves from debating what is not there. Let's debate according to today's topic. And Raila has been blamed from as early as 80s, so he's not afraid of being blamed. But let him be blamed for what he can really control. Thank you.
Okay, let me continue and then finish with my submission. Look at the political guys behind Raila Odinga and then the political guys behind William Ruto. I am not a supporter of William Ruto and I am not a supporter of Raila Odinga. I have my own presidential candidate. Raila is regrouping political rejects. Look at the likes of Maina Kamanda. Look at the likes of the Njenga, the Mungiki guy. Look at the likes of this governor for Nakuru. Look at the likes of the governor from Nyandarua, who will not make it again to the count come 2022. Raila does not understand the political ground of 2022, 2021. Raila understands the political ground of the old generation. Ruto is trying to match the new generation. Look at this issue. If Raila understands the old politics and Ruto understands what the new generation needs, and the new generation is made up of almost guys who never went past class 8, past form 4. So these are the majority in voters. These are the people who lives on a daily handout. So if ukienda kwa ground sana, utapata that Ruto is in the mouth of these guys. And these are the guys who will wake up asubuhi sana and then they will vote him.
MC Kimani.
So, yeah.
If you say they are the majority voter, where are you basing your argument? On which statistics?
Okay. Statistics how?
As in kulingana na register ya IEBC. Okay. When did the people of the 90s become the majority voter? Because according even to the current number of people who are to be given opportunity to register, of the 6 million that were anticipated, they have not managed to reach 500,000.
Okay, from the IEBC statistics, okay, the majority of the voters are young as compared to the old generation. So
but
that
the
is why
young did not register. The young did not register. The people were still in the register. Ni wale wazee, wale walijisajili 2010 when we are doing the new constitution. This new breed, they were given opportunity 30 days. They only registered less than 500,000 countrywide.
Okay, that according to the I'm talk maybe I don't have the fact, but what I know, the youths are the majority of the voters.
Bernard, I think this guy is talking about the population, not registered voters.
Yeah, the population of the voters.
The population.
The population, not the registered voters. The population of Kenya, 70% is the youth, not voters.
Makimani, who is the chairman for UDA?
The chairman for UDA.
Hmm.
UDA is the guy from Machakos, I think.
What's his name?
The Mdhama guy, I think.
Is he a political reject or success?
He's a political reject.
Kalwale in Western, is he a political reject or success?
I know the reason why Harwani didn't make it to the Nini. Did not make it politically 2017.
Waititu, is he a political reject or success?
It's a thief.
Okay, Waititu was removed from the office. I don't know what. Okay, Waititu was removed from the office due to corruption charges.
Hassan Omar, is he political reject or success?
I know the reason why Hassan Omar did not make it to.
Good. So what I'm trying to say, that point you're trying to bring does not hold water. But proceed on.
Guys, let me proceed. Questions are too many for me. Okay, yeah. The rally today for Raila Odinga and then William Ruto. William Ruto knows where the voters are. Mount Kenya has the largest number of voters in Kenya, and then that is the reason why Ruto is seeking a huge support. Ruto is trying to ditch in Mount Kenya. He knows Mount Kenya is the one that determines who becomes the president of this country. And then the one in Coast, I heard Raila mentioning so many projects. so many projects starting from the port of Lamu. There is a railway line which will move from Lamu to Ethiopia. He also mentioned about the 6,000. In terms of development, Raila tried today. His speech was very nice. It was very okay. But he should first go to the ground and listen to people, what people really needs. And then I saw the project was okay. It can be able to uplift the Lamu community, and then the Lamu community is much more made up of the Kikuyu family. And then in Lamu, you went with the wrong people who have been implicated in various crimes, like the likes of Maina Commander, a political reject. He should be able to tell out. Maina Kamara should not be speaking in any meeting. The likes of United
MC Kimani. Well, mbona umejitolea kupangia baba team?
Okay, we are the people who are on the ground, and so, we know what we should.
By the way, tuambie tu uko kwa ground wapi, kwa sababu Mpeketoni huko unaona Maina Kamanda, huko Kondele umeona huko nini, so ground yako iko wapi haswa?
Okay, I'm talking from the political facts on the ground.
Hiyo ni ground gani?
I'm talking from the political Kenya.
Kimani, are you a comedian?
Naomba.
Are you a comedian, Kimani?
No, hold on, Temba.
Kimani, I think he's a comedian because he's very hollow.
Utarudi uangalie tena kwa sababu ground yako ni tofauti na ground ya Kenya, na hata siasa yenyewe vile unasema kama baba haelewi siasa ya Kenya, basi hakuna mtu anaelewa siasa ya Kenya tena, kwa sababu hakujabadilika siasa Kenya tangu nifanye kutoka kwa historia mpaka sasa. We only improve on it, but change of politics, like from that there is a .com generation that can determine Kenyan politics at Baba a square aware of what is happening. I don't think so. So naomba tutulia hapo.
Nikata sana, eh? You are not giving me time to speak my mind.
No, you are free to speak your mind, but your mind, the way you are sharing, you need to share it in such a way that we are able to relate it to other realities. Okay.
I'm politically neutral.
I'll support UDA kwanza. I'll support ODM. That means uko na presidential candidate wako. Haujatuambia ni nani na umesimama mrengo gani, lakini wewe unatafuta makosa huku, kuna reject huku, hakuna reject huku, wanaelewa siasa ya sasa, hawa wanaelewa siasa ya kitambo. Uko na dakika moja kujitetea, tumalize tuende kwa mtu mwingine tafadhali.
Let me finish on this.
Yes.
Kila mtu ako na his or her political views. Whether kama uko UDA, kama uko Ford Kenya, ama kama uko ODM. Acha kila mtu apewe time yake, and this is where we always go wrong. Some people think that they are politically correct. Kila mtu ako na time ya kupeana views yake, at least ndio tu kuwe na ile political.
So umepewa 1 minute wewe unaanza kutuzomea. Si useme vitu yako, point yako.
So chenye nasema
hold on all of you. MC Kimani, sisi tumekupatia muda. Wewe umeanza kupangia baba timu, ukamaliza, ukaenda huko umepangia UDA. Ebu sema maoni yako, tusonge kwa mtu mwingine tafadhali.
Okay, let me echo on this. Kenya is politically young. Bado siasa haijaanza. We are trying to reorganize ourselves. Tukifika May, that is the time tutajua who is strong on what ground and who is strong and who is weak on a certain ground. Siasa ya Kenya is not even about ideologies. Siasa ya Kenya is all about hooliganism. People support somebody simply because waliambiwa ako na hii na hii na hii na hii, ama ako na ubaya yake ama na uzuri yake. That is my submission, but I apologize, umenikata sana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Ngoja kwanza. Hiyo sitaki hiyo swali sahi.
Tafadhali msiulize Kimani maswali bana. Kimani hana facts.
We want to correct you. Okay, we are not asking questions. We want to correct.
Hold on, Joe.
We want to correct, not question.
RMJ anataka kuondoka na mtaka mpatie muda aseme neno lake la mwisho kabla tuende kwa Shepe.
Oh, asante sana Bernard. Kimani, thanks very much for bringing a bit some jubilant sessions on your remarks. Umetufurahisha sana. Yeah, it's good to have people like you. So because tulikuwa tunasinzia wengine. Okay, the only thing I'd like to point out, I think I'm trying to answer a couple of questions which was raised by, what's her name? The lady we had on previous session?
Carol.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can say, msemo wenu kimeumana. Someone miscalculated a lot of things. I always come with this scenario or mfano. There was two guys. One came from a rich family and one came from a poor family. So everyone was both of them were doing business in different directions. But later they decided, let's gather together. Let's try and do business together. So the person who comes from rich family saw an opportunity from a poor person with the other businessman from a poor background. And the same from the poor background saw some opportunity and some benefit he can gain from the person from a rich family. But I think the person from the poor family miscalculated it. The success of the guy from the rich family. He thought that this is a chance for me to climb the ladder from the person from the rich family. And I think he had some stories za watu wa kunywa kahawa and kucheza bao kwenye, let's say mostly in the coast, when people they talk stories which they don't make sense. Yule bwana familia yao amepata hela kutoka, ni mwizi, ameiba hela. Umeona? Kwa hiyo wale familia yao wote ni wezi. So the poor person, when he heard those kind of remarks about his business partner, he thought, I think this is the time. If my business partner is like this, I think it's my time as well to do kind of making my richness through the route of the guy who came from the rich family. So the guy decided to take the same route. When they were in the business, the guy from poor family started using his tricks to make sure that he makes himself as a rich person as well. But at the end of the day, the business didn't go where it was planned to go, and things went wrong. It means kimeumana. That's why I'm bringing the terminology kimeumana. Someone miscalculated. Whatever he calculated, he thought Uhuru Kenyatta is just a quiet person, or is just like is a person who comes from the family which is rich family, but is a family which they gained their richness with the illegal routes. So I'll try as well myself to get some certain advantage by using those ways. But I don't think that's the way in this world we are. Some people, they have changed it. If my father got some certain leech some properties or from richness in a different way, I don't think that's the way I'm going to be. There's a kind of human things will protect me and they will stop me to do or to follow those kind of illegal ways. So when Carol was asking which kind of a person is the DP, that's what I'm trying to bring that kind of scenario. He miscalculated Uhuru Kenyatta big time. He thought he's the kind of the person who will be supporting what kind of whatever he'll be doing. But Uhuru Kenyatta he had a good intention of that country. And he didn't want that country to go in the way that person was pulling him. That's where I think after 2017, he decided, no way out. I need to get out of this mess. The only to get out of this mess is the handshake. So my remarks regards which kind of a person he is DP, I'm using that kind of scenario. He miscalculated everything and he thought that he can get away, he can get the top seat by climbing or stepping on top of UK and be able to climb the top seat. That's the only thing I wanted to point it out regarding the question which was raised with Carol.
Thank you. Enjoy your night too. We'll link up later. Shepe Vivi.
Yes.
Unmute kwanza.
Salava.
Hi.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to come again into this precious forum. By the way, this is a very, very informative forum. I just joined it for about 3 days ago. And I've seen you guys, we can change the trajectory of our country. When we come to brainstorm with the honorable people like you here, I think we'll do a favor to our country. Concerning to the nature of a person like our DP, I'm not surprised with the theatrics of the DP, because I'm not too old, but I'm also old enough to know a canny person. I've read a lot of history and research about the DP, and from when he came out of university in university, he has never been employed anywhere. He joined. He came out straight from the university, and he joined the 1K92 movement, and he began to make his money from let's say commonmanship projects. So from the onset, our DP, and by the way, I don't have any person grudge with the DP because he's a Kenyan. But we are now we are awake in the midnight because we are patriots and we want our country to go to a right direction, to do a right trajectory, so that we will not come to regret later. That's why we are awake. We have some errands that to do tomorrow, but we will sacrifice our time so that we see how we will take our country forward. And that's why I want to thank a lot my brother Bernard for giving us a forum like this to discuss and even to advise and even sometimes to correct our friends in a good way, not shouting to one another. but in a good way, and we give facts. Let us take this group as a very, very, very important place. We can shape. Let us not even take it and take it as a small forum. We can shape the direction of our country. For now, the DP stand is leading in the Mount Kenya region, and he is leading because he has been camping in Mount Kenya since 2013 with the help, and he penetrated the Mount Kenya with the help of His Excellency the Uhuru Kenyatta. And I'm always surprised with someone who always say Raila will never is not sellable in Mount Kenya. Who told you? Why? Where do you get those facts? After the 2007, the unfortunate events of 2007, the Uhuru, the person who was hated in Mount Kenya, was none other than William Ruto, because we all know what happened, the unfortunate events what happened. But His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta took his time and introduced Ruto to the Mount Kenya masses, until he became the most loved person. So I don't see any difficulty for His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta to also His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta and his friends to also introduce Right Honorable Raila Odinga to Mount Kenya, and he also be accepted like Ruto. And there is no any offense that Raila Amolo Odinga has done to the mountain residents. There is nothing wrong, unless someone can mention here, because from when we go back to 1963, the late Jaramogi Odinga, he said that there is no Uhuru until without Kenyatta. Was that a selfish person? No. So there has never been a bad blood between the lakeside people and the Mount Kenya people. It is just the normal politics, which is always competitive. But we can't say there is any bad blood between those communities. So I don't think there's any difficulties for Right Honorable Raila Odinga to penetrate in Mount Kenya. That is one. And for Ruto to capture the presidency, he must get all votes 100% from Rift Valley and in Central. And for now, even in Rift Valley, if you are keen observer of political trends, Gideon Moi is rising steadily, because there are still KANU members, loyal KANU members who are genuinely KANU members in Rift Valley who cannot be bought. There were says who are in the year 50, 60, and those people are serious in politics, and they can also influence the masses. So you cannot say that the DP will get 100% vote in Rift Valley. And again in Central for now they are not producing. They are not.
Conclude, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
For now, the DP will not. The Mount Kenya will not produce the presidential candidates. So Mount Kenya will be a bottom ground, and the Tinka is climbing steadily also to Mount Kenya, and is Right Honorable Raila Odinga was in coast today, and you saw the reception. The reception was superb. He was in Lamu. He was in Lamu West. The places which were traditionally they were not responsive to his politics. Most of the people in I think Mudama is from Jubilee, if I'm not wrong. So he has gone to consolidate his ground. So I'm seeing that DP has a lot of difficulties ahead because he was running alone this race. But now, when you get other competitors, you can to see in the coming months the famousness of the DP that he has that you have been having for some days for long, it will fade away because you're now having a real competition, because now the politics have begun to come into the ground. So that's my contribution today. Thank you, everyone, and this is a very good forum. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm here. Joe is here. Joe is here.
Yes, Joe, what is it?
Yeah, I want to, because time is going.
Okay.
I want to give you a history of Ruto. Ruto ni mtu ya kupiga watu ngeta. And I'm not ashamed to say this. If you look at the life of Ruto, even from 2007, Ruto was not in ODM. Even before that, Ruto was in Moi's camp. Moi made him. After he got some clout, nasikia hata alichoma ng'ombe za Moi. That's how Moi said he'll never forgive him. The prize cows were Moi. Alichoma. And in Kalenjin, culture or tradition, kuchoma ng'ombe ya mtu is a curse. So alipotoka kwa Moi, he actually outdid Moi in Rift Valley when he got the clout. That's how he works. He anakupanda and then anakumaliza. Then he thought he was strong enough. He did not want to come into ODM. Wakina Sally Kosgei, Henry, whatever, those kingpins wale walikuwa ODM, they was too strong for him, so he didn't want to come. But eventually, akaona is going to lose, so he had to come in ODM, and he was accepted. Because he's a conman and he's got a sweet mouth, so he built himself in ODM because he was saying he's coming with all the Kalenjins wale walikuwa wametoka kwa Moi. And immediately he got clout, he pushed wakina Sally Kosgei, wakina Henry Kosgei kando. Ndio nasema ni mtu wa kupiga watu ngeta. And that's what he did to wakina Jirongo also. Kumbuka Jirongo ndiye alimleta kwa YK 92. Akawakon, akapata clout na akawapiga ngeta. So this is the way he has been operating all through. Come fast forward to Uhuru. The guy said a poor man and a rich man business. He saw that clout. And by then, he was facing a lot of charges in court, if you can remember, until one of the witnesses had to die. But because there was acrimony between the mountain and the lake, and there was this ICC case, which Ruto was on the other side, He had a lot of court cases. Akakuwa recruited and he saw an opportunity, like this guy was saying, this guy, poor guy. And they started, kumbembeleza. There's a time he even did a guard of honor of National Youth Service. Akajisikia iko safe. So the court cases were dropped and he joined Jubilee. Now, hata sasa Uhuru anataka kumpiga ngeta. Ameona amepanda. So anampiga ngeta. He's now conning again Uhuru, anataka kumtoa nje. In fact, if it was not of the handshake, Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta angekuwa shakuwa impeached kitambo. Because during the nomination, the second term of Jubilee, he actually put himself to be in charge of the nomination. Nakatoa all independent thinking MPs, leaders in Kikuyu, akaweka his sycophants with an aim of even silencing the kingpins of Central Province. But this one is also now coming out. And as I'm saying, he targets, like now he's targeting the vulnerable, the people who cannot question him later. If you see, Ruto is going, you've had one of us here saying that Raila hajui siasa ya kisasa. But I want to tell Kimani, all the political changes in this country has been done by Raila. So I don't see how you say hajui siasa ya kisasa, including now, including the BBI. So I don't see how you're saying hajui mambo ya siasa vile inaendelea. And I'd like to advise Kimani, next time, come do your good research. And actually, if you want to contribute here, come with facts. Hautaona mkono zikiinuliwa. Unaona sisi tunaongea na mkono hainuliwi. But when you come with things that, out of your head, ambayo hazina basis, we only have to ask you 2 questions, like uliulizwa hapa, the rejects. Ukasema uwezi jibu hizo. Come with facts. Like I'm telling you, even if you check, Ruto was not in ODM. You can go and check it anywhere. And you'll find it's the truth. So what I want to say is, Ruto actually is going to fail. I'm sorry to say so. Hizo zamani za kale, we didn't have this, we didn't have phones. A lot of things could happen without Kenyans knowing, but not anymore. Kenyans have got mobile phone. Kenyans are into internet. There's no more secrets that you can keep from Kenyans. Kenyans share a lot right now. Ideas like we are sharing here. Some are in US, some are in Europe, some are in Canada, some are watu wengine wako kwa ground kama Kimani, but you are still sharing. So there's nothing you can find somebody in US is much well informed of what is happening in this country than sisi wengine ambayo tuko kwa ground. So there's no way Ruto can continue with that conmanship. And if you see his campaigns, he's saying the same things he's saying everywhere. Tulijenga barabara, tuliweka stima, tulifanya nini, tulijenga reli. The same things everywhere. But politics, you have to go to the people and tell them what they will benefit. Like you see, Raila was today in Lamu. He was talking about things that will affect Lamu. How things will change in Lamu. Ruto is not doing that. He's saying the same things. The same things he says in Coast, the same things he'll say in Eastern, Lower Eastern, the same things he'll go and say in Central, the same things he'll go in Nyanza. I mean, you have to tell the people what they will get from your presidency at that local area. Politics is local. Raila went today and tell them about the lapset and how they'll gain out of it. He's giving them hope. But you don't tell people what you promised some years back. And you're telling it to everybody, Tom, Dick, and you have to change. So his politics, in fact, what he's saying, if he's going to a meeting tomorrow, I know exactly what he's going to say. There's going to be no change, whether it's in Nyanza, whether it's in Western, it's the same things. So it will not work for him. I'm sorry to say so. It will not work for him. And Kimani, please tell us, you're saying you're neutral, but from your argument, people can judge. I usually say the public can make a better judgment than the Supreme Court. Us here who are in this panel and the people who are listening to you cannot agree with you that you're neutral. So you're not neutral. We know where you are. It's not bad. It's not an offense. It's not a sin. So just declare. And then you give people your submissions with your points and facts. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I believe that is clear enough. Let's hear from our sister Penny. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, in today's discussion, I can see Raila Odinga at the coast and DP Ruto in Mount Kenya. Is Mount Kenya slipping away? Yeah, so maybe I'll start by commenting on the DP's rally in Mount Kenya. And I wish to bring out these three things that I've, an analysis that I came up with during his rally. His rally was characterized by blasphemy. I think Joe has mentioned that. He was likening himself to Jesus, whereas we know very well that there are some things that Jesus did not involve himself in, you know. I wish he would have rather maybe used an analogy of Zacchaeus, you know, and doing what Zacchaeus did. I think that would have been more satisfactory than to compare himself to Jesus. And then there was also the arrest of this journalist, Mwangi Mwiruri, who was filming a woman who was trying, it was actually a mama mboga probably, it's believed that it's a mama mboga who was trying to get audience of the DP. And the people next to the DP, his rather aides were very, very rough, and they roughed up this lady. And I think that is what this journalist was trying to capture, and he ended up being arrested, which also did not come out very well during the rally. Then also, he also tends to dish out a lot of money, you know. You'll agree with me that a serious businessman who values their money and have an understanding of cash flow and accountability cannot go about just throwing money. You know, if you have earned your money through hard work and it's genuine money, I don't think you can go about pouring money to masses the way the DP does. So it still remains questionable where he gets the kind of money that he dishes out to the population that he does. You know, the manner in which he's distributing money leaves a lot to be desired. Where did he get this kind of money? People know his salary, people know his allowances and stuff like that. So he's still sending out a very wrong signal, and we have to come out and castigate this kind of a behavior of buying voters and using money to confuse masses to electing, while we know quite well that he does not possess the credentials that a leader is supposed to have. Then his presence in Mount Kenya was not a surprise, because after the stoning incident in Kondele, I think the stoning in Kondele was supposed to, he wanted to use that as to incite the people from Mount Kenya to incite. He wanted to use the incident of stoning at Kondele to incite our brothers from Mount Kenya, so that when Raila goes there, after he has gone there, then he can be heckled. But I think as it stands, Mount Kenya is also beginning to realize that they need to take whatever amounts that are being given by they need to benefit from the goodies, but they are not really so much into him, you know. They are free to pick the money, but in the long run, I think it will come out very clearly. And especially after the 30th, you know, and coming into December and January, it will be very clear who will be supporting UDA and who will not. And I think what I tend to agree with what Joe has just said, that probably by March we'll not be having something like UDA, because Raila is consistently gaining the Mount Kenya. He's slowly climbing Mount Kenya, and before you know it, he'll be at the peak. So going at looking at the rally in Lamu, I think it was such a big success. Yeah, it was such a big success. The people were warming up to Raila very well. They supported him and they were very happy with the speech that he gave. So I think there's also something that I forgot about the rally in Mount Kenya by the deputy. Something also came up. There's something that came out very sharply, that due to, I think he's panicking, that the mountain is actually slipping out of his hands. So he was seen holding his rallies as late as 9 o'clock, something that should not be. You know, for a leader who cares about the safety of his people, he's not supposed to endanger the lives of his people, holding them late in the night up to 9 o'clock the way he did yesterday. So all these are pointers that the DP has lost confidence with Mount Kenya. He's panicking, and he very well knows that in a few days to come, the difference, it will be as clear as day and night that the Mount Kenya people will no longer support him. So I think that is my take for now, unless someone has a question.
Okay, thank you, Penny. I believe that is clear enough. Before we hear again from Ruben, there is Miguna. Are you the one, or we should wait for another?
Hi guys. I am Miguna. Yes, Muguna. It's different.
Oh, Muguna.
Yes, Miguna has the same name twice, but I'm not as troublesome, I fear.
I was looking for my helmet.
Okay, for now, I just watch and observe. I can be likened to Kimani. I have no facts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining and welcome on board. Ruben.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
You can make your submission, and then I think we should begin also to call it a day. Tomorrow is market day.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for this nice platform. I happen to come from Mount Kenya. Na watu wale wanasema wako ground, mimi pia niko ground. I live in Mount Kenya East. I work in Mount Kenya West, that is in Nyeri County. I come from Meru, to be specific. So what I'm saying is exactly what is on the ground. But watu wa Mount Kenya sio wajinga. That is the word. Na majority of Mount Kenya people si mambo ya bragging or whatever, biashara nyingi na mambo nyingi zile zinafanyika Kenya hii. Watu wa Mount Kenya, they are really true entrepreneurs kabisa. Na watu wanajiuliza yale maswali hard questions. Ni nani wanaweza amini na biashara zao na investments zao? That's the question. Somebody was saying that this time round we must be ruled by a Nilot. A Nilot. So we are going to choose in between a River Lake Nilot or a Plain Nilot or whatever. Kama hizo story kama hizo za vijana. Sasa swali lile ambalo liko huku Mount Kenya kwa vijana saizi wanasifu DP kwa sababu ya vile ako na chakula mingi ya kula saizi. Majority of them hawana kura. So many people wanasema hawatapiga kura because they don't know the reason as to why they should vote. Hawa vijana wandogo. Hiyo vote apathy imekuja kwa sababu ya uongo zile ambazo zimekuwekwa huko nyuma na promises zile huko nyuma unfulfilled. script ile ilichezwa 2013 na 2017, it is the same script being played by the same person. Sasa watu wanashindwa kuelewa where the truth lies. Before I forget, nilikuwa ninataka kujibu my brother Kimani. Jina MC Kimani, maybe happens to come from Mount Kenya, tukienda na jina hilo lake. Tukijaribu kumblame Raila Odinga na happenings za Kondele kwa sababu he comes from Nyanza region, can we also blame watu wale wanauana Laikipia tu wamblamie Ruto? I don't think so. Kwa sababu sasa kama unamblame watu wanatoka Mount Kenya, the former Nyanza province, can we blame people from Rift Valley then for killing others in Laikipia? We should not go in that route. What we are just saying is this. Ruto yeye mwenyewe ndiye amejiunmask. Amejifungua yeye mwenyewe. Kwa sababu you cannot sustain tumbo za watu hao wako Mount Kenya, uwapee pesa mpaka watosheke. It is not sustainable. Lile swali ambalo sisi tunajiuliza ni hili, I'm also a businessman. You cannot invest kama utapata faida. You can't. Kama umeinvest shilingi milioni moja, mpaka ujue ni nini itafanya upate milioni yako 1.5. That is the word. Tunajua mshahara wa deputy ni 1.4 million. Allowances ukiweka hata ukimultiply by 10 it will be 14 million. If you multiply that one by 5 years, by 12 months, that's like 14 million multiplied by 60 months, something to do with 80-40 million. Now, unatumia billions of shillings to campaign for 80-40 million. Inaonekana si sound kwa biashara. It doesn't make any sound. Hiyo ingiani, haingii kabisa, mpaka utuambie ni nini hiyo unataka sana. A president of Tanzania alisema kitambo, Nyerere, ukiona mtu anang'ang'ana sana, especially anataka kitu kile kiko huko juu, painfully anapigania, you must question yourself. So sisi tunajiuliza, hii iko na uchungu hivi, inang'ang'aniwa, lazima upate by all means ni nini hii unataka. That is number 1. Fear yetu number 2, historia huwa inajirepeat. Especially kwa watu wazee. The same age ndio Moi alikuwa 1978. Ile Ruto anataka kuchukua naye uongozi 2022. Born 1974, taking power in 1978. You can do the math. The same age ndio hii William Ruto ako nayo 2022 chukue uongozi. The same Moi was a very God-fearing person. Huyo ni mtu yule hajai kwenda church. But when he was given power, he cannot tell vile alipeleka uchumi wa nchi yetu. The same Moi who changed our constitution kutoka section 2A ikakuwa tukue na party moja. The same script ndio hii inataka kucheza kwa William Ruto, ambaye hataki alternative opinion from other parties. Hataki watu waingie kwa chama ya UDA wakiwa na vyama vyao. Anataka uingie ukiwa unashake mikono na kuingia vyenye uko. Just like that. Hakuna mbageni, unaingia ukiwa mtu. So there is that kind of, ni kama tunaweza rudi kwa chama moja. Turudi kwa hii mjadala vyenye iko. As I close down. Mount Kenya it is slipping away. Mount Kenya hawaja make decision about Ruto. That one is not even negotiable. Ukijaribu hata kufanya your own calculation, watu wale wanafuata Ruto kwa MP wa Mount Kenya proper, hawafiki watu late. They are not. Wewe hesabu wao uone wewe tu mwenyewe. Do your own mathematics. Na uangalie ni first term MPs wote. Hakuna kitu wanajua sana. Hawana resources ya kumobilize watu. Hawa watu wote wanaukimbilia the lunches zile ambazo William Ruto wako nazo. just like any other commoner. Mtu yeyote yule ako na kesi anakimbia upande ule ndiye asemekane is being crucified kwa sababu ya kusupport lipi. But we know the truth. We only need to tell our people the truth. The truth ndio tu kitu unafaa useme, because ukweli unaweza rudia mara 20 hata ukiulizwa. And that is what the message that watu wetu saizi wanauliza. We don't need to paint Raila as some other colors, ati mzuri kama pamba ama nini. Just tell the truth to the people. Na tunauliza watu ni what do Raila stand for? Na Ruto ana stand for what? Democracy haijulikani, constitutionalism hajui, corruption, mambo ya corruption Ruto hajui, mambo ya human rights hajui. We know things. We are not foolish. When the right time comes, we will make nice decisions and regrettable decisions. So Mount Kenya si ile ya kitambo, ile kitu tu tunangojea ni running mate, tunangojea baba achague huku Mount Kenya na achague wisely. Akichagua east, achague west, watu wanampenda huku tu bure. We do not need handouts. People from Mount Kenya, we are hardworking people. We really work hard. Hii handouts, they are not sustainable. They are not. Hata saa hii ukuje unipatie 1 million shillings today, bila kujua route ya kutafuta hiyo 1 million itaisha kesho. Hata unipee binafsi, sitajua vile inatengenezwa hiyo pesa. Okay? So we need concrete, sound, reasonable economic structure, ile ambayo tunaweza fikiria, yenye mtu ataweza kujitafutia mali yake. Hii story ingine hii, just wait miezi 2, 3, 4, hii story itaisha, watu watakuwa normal. Hii abnormality iko na the older people and all that, na hii craze ya pesa mingi hii itaisha. People will start politics proper when the real time comes. That is what I think. Those are my personal opinions. Sijatumwa na mtu, but we should not panic. Acha tu mambo iendelee namna hiyo. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ruben. I believe that is very informative from the ground, and I'm happy about that. As we begin to close, Themba, you will dive into this, the politics of perception. It appears to me that UDA have sent us a particular painting of who they are, but their painting is falling apart. Their paper tiger is torn apart. Watoto sawa hawatoroki tena. Kunaenda vipi? Themba, did you get me?
Yes, sir.
I was waiting for your response.
Ask that question again, sir.
It appears to me that UDA has politics of perception, whereby we create this perception. So they have created a perception that they are the national party, they are the largest, they have the largest following, they have taken the mountain. But as things begin to unfold, it seems they don't have anything. It's just front office appearance, but behind, hakuna backup.
Yeah, that's a good question, Bernard. We need to also appreciate. We need to give it to them. You know, politics is about perception. Sun Tzu writes and says, Sun Tzu is in the Art of War. He writes and says that when you are weak, appear strong, and when you are strong, appear weak. So they have mastered the art of war, and one of the things that they have mastered is fake it until you make it. So first of all, Bernard, tell me, at which forum have you seen 156 MPs who are supporting UDA? Which forum have you seen them? That has never happened. We have never been shown at what forum. And now, if it is true UDA controlled 156 MPs, let me tell you, BBI would not have reached where it reached. Because the first thing they needed is to have one meeting at Karen and then be told that to go to parliament and shoot that thing down. If it is true UDA had 156 MPs supporting them, they would have gone and passed, according to their leader, they said that they are part of the BBI that can be passed without a referendum. They would have gone to parliament and pushed for those particular legislation pieces and have them passed in parliament. If UDA had 156 MPs, as they purport to be, right now, the budgeting allocation that we are talking about in terms of the things that are priority to the Mwananchi right now would have passed today. So all that these numbers are being thrown out is their numbers supposed to convince you that they are strong, but they're not. If you want to know that, Moses Kuria came out strongly and said that a party that has one MP in parliament, just like I do have one MP in parliament, cannot claim to be a national party. So what is it that UDA is claiming to be saying that they are a national party? They have not been tested. There's nowhere that UDA an election has happened and we have been told that these are the UDA MPs, other than those who are Jubilee related and are putting on Jubilee UDA outfit, saying that they are with the one William Samuel Ruto. And someone put it very strongly and said that those who are following UDA currently, if you find closely, they are struggling in terms of campaign financing. Now, one of them is Khalwale. Khalwale is struggling with campaign financing to be Kakamega governor. And so what do? You bring people together in a hotel, sit them somewhere and purport that now you are doing what they are calling consultation and mobilizing for UDA. Money has been set. Now I want to put a report down there. If anybody is coming in the name of UDA and he does not give you empowerment finances, they have eaten that money. Because we have seen from their leader, everywhere he goes, he gives 2 million for empowerment. So that means for that person to come to talk to you, there's money they were given. If they don't give you the money, ask them where they have taken that money. Because we have been shown that they have that money. They are being given for mobilization. So I agree with you, Bernard. It is the perception, it is just like the stadiums that we were told. It is the same thing that keep coming. They have one person who, let's give it to Ruto. He knows how to sell even something that is not sellable. He talks about a lie as if it is true. He is talking about bottom up, something that he cannot even explain how it will happen. And then he comes and starts telling you that do not ask us about bottom up. Have we questioned you about your things? I mean, you're in a political competition. Which runner gets into the field, and then when another runner starts jogging, they start asking, why are you jogging? I'm the one in the field. I think there's that sense, and I think as time is going, normally in politics, waves only, if a wave comes about 3 months to an election, there will be not much time for counter. But when you have those things coming in for 5 years, there's a lot of time to counter. And I think right now, the dust is, starting to settle. People are starting to see the truth. And I think that is the direction we are going. And I believe that, as some of us have suggested, Bernard, was it written that you can fool some people for some time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time? So that is what is happening right now, in my view.
Thank you.
Hujamalizia hiyo quote.
Okay, Wekesa malizia hiyo quote
Wekesa malizia hiyo quote.
Anasema you can fool some people all the time. You can fool all the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time.
Okay. Thank you. Wekesa, as you come in, I would want to bring in this too. It appears to me that UDA's strategy is, I get this picture of athletes who are supposed to go and compete in Olympics, yeah? And then when the rest of the team is jogging and building muscle, gaining on speed, they are marketing the uniform, the strength of the team. So all they are spending is the marketing perspective, but no muscle. So siku ya Olympics, will they be able to run and win if they spend all their time marketing the team instead of training?
I'm supposed to I'm the one to respond. You're on mute, Bernard. Bernard is on mute.
Okay, Kesa, hiyo swali ilikuwa ya kwako wakati unaingia.
Okay. I will say that I've been following behind the scene, and I appreciate each and every person's contribution. Whether I agree with them or not, it's good to have an opinion, even if it's misleading than to have none. Yeah, so it's also good to have passion for politics like Ruto has. But all he has displayed to us is juvenile politics. While he has been on the scene for a long period of time, sometimes it's like you are sitting like a court driver, but you have never been a driver. And so you have mastered all the things the driver does, but the day you enter in the seat of the driver, you realize you have to learn, even if you have been with the driver all that time. So he has been in politics quite for a number of years, yes. But it seems he hasn't learned so many things. People used to tell him that he's repeating the mistakes Raila made. But because of his overblown ego, he doesn't listen to people. He brings even experts who he uses as puppets and marionettes and ornaments. Because you see people like Barak Mluga, the reason they left ANC, they thought they are going to offer some intelligence and expertise to this guy who seems to be very passionate and has potential to be a president. But with the time, they discovered that all you need when you go to UDA is to leave your brain at the doorstep and enter as you are, enter as you are born. I think they should. Have you ever passed some of these gated communities? You find some place written hapa ni Umbwakali, kwa hivyo you have to take care. I think somewhere on the doorpost of UDA they should write, we don't need your brain. You just come to cheer as a cheer squad. You just come as a spectator. You just come to worship and bow down to our one and only, who has the Alpha and Omega intelligence. And that is where it's taking him. When you see a man start comparing himself to Jesus in everything he does, then you can understand where the ego is taking him. At some point, I have seen people quite give a number of references between Ruto and Moi. At some point, Moi said that he doesn't believe there's anybody who can run this country. Moi had been in power until he thought like if he leaves power, Kenya will go under. Like he was the only person sent to redeem this country and lead it to yeah, and that is the challenge of many African leaders who thought like they were the everlasting kings and they need to be there for quite some time. So the challenge Ruto has had is to not to believe in anybody but himself. Maybe when he participated in the removal of Moi and getting power from the Rift Valley and being kingpin, realized if I have overtaken Moi, then I am a strong man. When he participated in winning the election for Uhuru and realized that maybe Raila could not get the power, he has overblown that and said that I am actually the one who helped Uhuru win the election. So this thing has been entering in his ego, and he thinks like maybe he's larger than life, and if he can deal with the strong men like Moi and the rest, so nobody is in his league. And that has been his undoing. They say even the great man needs advice from. Sometimes when you are in the field, even you cannot see, even spectators can tell you better. So he should not underrate the people around him, whether they are young in politics, whether they have not even won any seat, but spectators also, they have a role to play. There are things they can see and advise. I have seen where he has reached, he cannot see the whole field. Actually, he's only seeing himself in the field. And so when he comes up with the idea, he bounces them on himself. So when he goes out and he realizes they are backfiring, and later makasiriko. One, I will want to say that what he did in Nyanza, thought it was a strategy to retard or to return Raila's campaigns in Central back. The script was written to make Raila to appear violent and to say that ODM has not changed, is the same ODM, even when he knows that they are part of the challenges that ODM had. When we talk about men in black, we know who stage managed the whole thing, and we know what they wanted to achieve after that. We know they are the people who have been buying the best players of ODM, including Kinababa and Mwamba, and then declare that there's no democracy. From even the was it 2013? They began with the Musalia Mudavadi when he was a vice chair of the deputy leader of ODM. They dismantled his ideas and forced him even to run for a seat, promised to sponsor him. They thought they are going to crash, using him to crash ODM. They didn't. They came to Ababu Namwamba and Otuoma. They didn't. So they have tried so many gimmicks to bring down ODM, but it has always, the best thing about ODM is has a leader with foresight. He can pick up the pieces and put them together and move forward. Let me shortly talk about Oka. Oka, the end times have come. Those who know what is happening, like Kalonzo and Gideon, are strategically aligning themselves to be in the winning team. But our son from Mululu will always miss the mark and will always find himself in a political oblivion. So he's at the crossroad, he doesn't know what to do. Chances are he might defend his ego and go to the ballot alone. and that will be his undoing. So he's not able to swallow the pride and know that in this race, actually, there are only 2 horses. I need to align myself. But the challenge is his supporters are speaking a different language, and we all along have known that people like Kina Malala are sponsored by our competitors, and so they are even impatient. They are telling if ANC doesn't make decision, then they will find where to go. It's not that they will find where to go, but it's like they will finally do what their sponsors have been asking them to do. Just as Ruto donated the UDM members at some time, they went to Musalia Mudavadi Center, and they purported to be, they wanted to look like Western wants to support Musalia Mudavadi. Kumbe, that was the beginning of his fall. After they left, that is when Barack Mluka left and Owalo left. So they went and they didn't come out alone. They came out with his best strategist. So right now they have also been playing those politics of working together with the UDA, but the aim, with the ANC, but the aim is to have Malala and these others out. And Musalia will be left high and dry. So that's my observation of what is going on, and I wonder. So my question is: someone has been. They say that Uhuru has failed to support his people of Mount Kenya. So then the question is: since Uhuru failed to support his people of Mount Kenya, and someone has been making foray to Mount Kenya for 4 years and donating, can we then make an assessment and say, is Mount Kenya people having a better life, having been under the provision of Ruto for the last 4 years? Are they better than any other region, like Nyanza, which has just been visited once? If they are not better, then this is a joke, and we need to look at it and say we need to choose leaders who have serious programs, not who give us handouts. Some of these handouts cannot be explained. Some of these 3 millions, if you go back and ask, our mama walipewa 3 millions, what is happening in the Mamamboka industry? There's nothing tangible. We can look back. We'll rather have real projects. When you go to Kikuyu, you will see a place where the Mamamboka market that was transformed by Uhuru is. That will be there for ages, and we will remember as a project that was begun by Jubilee. But this 3 million that was left at Mutito Adoy, I don't think the 116 Prodel workers have reduced to maybe 100. So maybe 16 have gone into formal business. If we can have what we call evaluation and monitoring of the projects, the Bonoko projects our friend has been doing, we can appreciate that he's moving this nation to the right direction. Otherwise, this is a melodrama, cosmetic solutions that are not taking us anywhere. Just going in circles and making relevance each day, but nothing tangible on the ground.
Okay, thank you, Kesa. That's elaborate enough. I want us to do our last lap. We begin with Kindu Bay.
Asante sana Bernard.
Karibu.
Nataka kuanza na kitu mambo ya Muluka. Nimesikia jamaa akitaja Muluka. Muluka mimi namuonaga kama ni mtu ambaye anapenda kusema sana. Ukimuona kama anahojiwa, anazungumza, ukafikiria huyu jamaa akipewa kazi atafanya. Alipewa kazi na Mudavadi, alishindwa na hiyo kazi. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiri amepewa, ataleta reform, ataifanya hiyo party iwe nzuri, atafanya nini. Niliona alishindwa kabisa. Kwa hiyo hawa ni watu wanazungumza maneno matupu tu, ni watu ambao ni wazuri kwa mdomo tu, lakini wakipewa kazi kufanya hawawezi kufanya kazi lolote. Jambo lingine ni hasa kuhusu hiyo perception ya Ruto. Kusema ukweli, Ruto wakati mwingine nikiwasikia watu wakina kina Didi Nyoro, kina Ruto mwenyewe walikuwa wanasema kwamba wako na gavana wengi, kuna watu wengi watakuja kwa hiyo pati yao, wanazungumza mchana ni tofauti usiku, wanawapigia simu. Mimi mtu nimemuona na magavana wengi ni Raila Omolo. Mimi sioni gavana. Yule gavana nimemuona na Ruto naye ni gavana ambaye ako na question nyingi tu. Obado ndio nimemuona na Ruto gavana. Sijui gavana mwingine, ni huyo tu ndio nimemuona. Kama kuna gavana mwingine mimi sijui, lakini huyo ndio nimemuona amejiidentify na Ruto. Na ukimwangalia Obado ana maswali mengi sana juu yake. Kwa hiyo kuna wakati mwingine inasemekana marafiki zako inaonyesha wewe ni mtu wa namna gani. Tukizungumzia, nikitaka tena kuzungumzia, nataka kumpongeza sana kijana mmoja alizungumza hapa, anaitwa Ruben. Ruben alizungumza juu ya upande wa mlima wa Kenya. Mimi naweza kusema hawa leaders ambao wanasema kwamba wanasikiliza ground, hawa ni leaders ambao kwa maoni yangu hawa ni leaders ambao hawafai. Kwa sababu hawa leaders, maana yake kuwa kiongozi, maana yake ni nini? Kiongozi ni kwamba ni wewe ni mtu ambaye inatakiwa uongoze watu wako, ndio wamekupatia hiyo jukumu. Sasa kama wewe unasema kwamba umesikiliza ground, unasikiliza ground kwamba wao wanakuongoza ama wewe ndio unawaongoza? Ni jambo la hiyo nasema ni jambo la ni uongo mtu kusema eti anasikiliza ground. Inatakiwa uwe kiongozi ambaye anaweza kuelekeza wenzake sehemu ama kuchukua hard decision. Yani naweza kusema kama kiongozi kama Raila, kuna decision zingine wakati Raila anachukua watu wanalalamika, lakini baadaye mnaona huyu kiongozi kitu aliona kwa mbali. Tunatakiwa kiongozi wa namna hiyo ambaye anaweza kuchukua decision akawaelezea sababu ni hii na hii na hii. Kwa hiyo jambo ambalo naweza kusema kwamba nina matumaini na amani na kwamba azimio la umoja ikifika mwezi wa 3 mwaka ujao itakuwa imevunjilia mbali hii UDA, kwa sababu hii UDA kwa wakati huu iko na mjumbe mmoja tu, lakini wanapiga kelele, utafikiria wako na wajumbe. Mbona wakati ule walikuwa wanatolewa kwa zile kamati za bunge, mbona walitolewa hiyo namba ambayo wanasema ilikuwa wapi? Hao wajumbe wanasema wanao, hawakuwepo. Ni uongo mtupu. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri Wakenya tuendelee kueneza mambo ya azimio la umoja. Jambo lingine nataka kuwashauri hawa watu wanajiita youth. Mimi nataka kuambia hii mambo ya kusema ati sijui mpaka muambiwe namna gani, sijui kwa lugha gani ndio mvote, hiyo msahau. Hii dunia hakuna kitu cha bure, hakuna mtu atakuja kukupatia kitu chochote cha bure. Hata hiyo kuvote lazima udemand kuvote. Lakini ukingojea eti utabembelezwa, hakuna mtu atakubembeleza kuvote, na wakati wote zile shida zitakupata utajilaumu wewe. Hakuna mtu ambaye hata mtoto akizaliwa, mtoto mdogo amezaliwa, lazima ademand kwamba ana njaa. Akilia kwamba ana njaa ndio anaambiwa anyonyeshwe. Kwa hiyo mtu yoyote ambaye anafikiria kwamba wao watakuja kubembelezwa kwamba wapige kura, hiyo wasahau. Inatakiwa wenyewe kama wanataka makazi, kama wanataka hizo vitu zote, mkitaka lazima wachukue kura, lazima wawe katika hizo sehemu za uongozi. Hakuna mtu atakuja kuambia sasa wewe ni youth, sasa tunakupatia hii bure. Hakuna. Hiyo watangoja sana, kwa sababu hata wao wakati watakapopita hiyo youth itakuwa ni the same. Hao wote ambao wanawaona walikuwa youth, si kwamba wamezaliwa wakawa wazee hivyo. Kila mtu amepitia hiyo youth, na kila kitu ambacho unataka hapa duniani ni lazima uwe pale, uwe accountable kwa hizi vitu zote. Kwa hiyo hawa youth wakisema wanataka kubadilisha nchi vile ifanye vile wanavyotaka, lazima wachukue hiyo kura. Na kusema eti hao youth watabadilisha wapi na wameshindwa kuchukua kura? Si walipewa nafasi? Wao wako 6,000,000, wameshindwa kufika hata 1,000,000. Watabadilishaje nchi? Watabadilishaje hata hizo vitu ambazo wanasema watapataje kama hawezi kusimama na kuwa accountable? Lazima youth waamke. Jambo lingine ningependa kuongezea tu ni kwamba nafikiri kuna jamaa alikuwa anasema, anaitwa Mark nani simkumbuki, alikuwa anasema juu ya ile tukio la Kondele. Sielewi kwa nini watu wanaita jina la Raila kwa Kondele. Kuna serikali, security wako. Huyo makamu wa rais ni top mtu cheo chake ni cha juu sana kulingana na nchi yetu. Sasa itakuwaje Raila anatakiwa? Raila sio minister of internal affairs ama security. Hausiki kabisa. Ni makosa sana kuhusisha Raila. Incident imefanyika Raila kwanza, hata mimi saa zingine nasikitishwa sana. Raila ndio amezaliwa na mzazi ambaye ametoka Kisumu, lakini Raila nafikiri maisha yake yote ameishi Nairobi, ni mjumbe wa Nairobi. Kwa nini anahusisha kila kitu mtu akitaja ati ni Kisumu? Kwa nini? Hiyo ndio maana ya ukabila. Raila ni mwenyeji wa Nairobi, yeye Nairobi ndio maisha yake, yuko MP. Hata saa hii MP wake ni mtu wa Nairobi, sio mtu wa Kisumu. Lazima hizi mambo ndio maana mimi nachukia ukabila, kwa sababu ukabila itakuweka kwa kitu ambayo hata hauko. Haifai watu kutaja jina la Raila kwa vitu ambavyo vilitendeka pale Kondele. Mwenyewe makamu wa rais alielezwa kwamba hafai kwenda pale, alijipeleka pale kuleta fujo. Utakuwaje makamu wa rais unatembea nchi nzima ukiwapatia watu pesa? Hiyo haifai. Na Wakenya tukifuata hiyo mambo ya kupewa pesa, msijilaumu kama kuna shida. Usijilaumu, kwa sababu ni kama mtu ananunua kura zenu. Ninyi ni watu wa kupewa tu, mnatupiwa pesa kama kuku wanatupiwa mahindi. Haifai hata kidogo. Asanteni sana Ruben. Bernard, okay. Pole.
Thank you. I want us community, wewe uko na swali ama nini? Ningependa George afanye submission kwanza ndio tukuje kwa community answers. George amejitupa nje. Haya, community, ulinyanyua mkono.
Yeah, asante kwa nafasi. Nitakuwa wa haraka sana. Kitu ya kwanza, let me add volume. Yeah, kitu ya kwanza, hii mambo ya kusikiliza ground, hii mambo ya viongozi kusema I want to listen to the ground, hiyo iko na shauku sana, which means you haven't delivered services to the people. Sasa hii wewe unataka kuona mahali upepo inakimbia ndio uende kupitia kwa hiyo upepo ya chama ikusaidie urudi tena. Because if you have delivered services to the people, if you have helped your people in terms of poverty alleviation, my brother, my sister, even if you say nyinyi hata mkitoroka kabisa, mimi nitazama na hii jili yangu, people will vote you in, kwa sababu watasema kuwa hatutaangalia chama, tunaangalia as an individual performance. Mr. Jakukendo Bay mute. Then the other thing is, Baba, I want to applaud him so much because yeye wakati anapoenda mahali popote, first of all anafanya investigation zake kuhusu ni nini haswa watu wanahitaji pale kwa ground, what ails that people in a certain locality, so that anawapatia hope kuwa mkinichagua I will address these matters which you have raised. Alafu kitu kingine ni kuhusu the people of Luo. Luo, I want to speak to them. Na hii ninasema kuwa Luos, I love them because when you give them opportunity, yani mtu yeyote ambaye anaitwa Mjaluo, kama umejipeleka unataka upimiwe suit, umwambie kuwa nipime hivi, hivyo hivyo ndiye atakutoa hata hivyo futi zako. So the Luo people hivyo ndio wako. Mahali popote ambapo unaona Luo, any Luo community, in fact amepewa kazi, anaifanya into perfection. So that is why I really love these people we call the Luo. Inawezekana kuna mahali nilimpata kuwa anasema kuwa William Samoei Ruto speaks in is purported to be speaking eloquently, yani anaongea vizuri sana. Can we eat just speaking eloquently? No, we can't eat speaking eloquently. What we need is service delivery. Moses in the Bible alikuwa anaongea akistama, but hiyo haikuzuia Mwenyezi Mungu kumtumia yeye kutoa wana wa Israeli kutoka the bondage of Egypt na kuwapeleka mahali aliwafikisha, ndio Joshua akawaingisha Canaan. So which means kuwa hata kama Raila anaongea akistama, isiwe ni kiocha kuwa Raila hawezi kupeana service delivery. Raila Amolo Odinga kando na hiyo kustama vile watu wengi wanasema kuwa Raila, I always listen, I always kuwafuatilia. Wakati nimeamka uwanga nafuatilianga kidogo cause mimi nafanya kazi night shift, but uwanga nafuatilianga kwa nini rallies za Raila. Uwanga naangalianga comments, watu wanasema kuwa eti Raila akiongea hatumsikizi. My brothers and my sisters, wewe endelea kutafuta yule mwenye hausikizi. Mimi ile kitu ninaona ndani ya Raila is just only service delivery, because Raila alitu promise mambo ya constitution, na hakika he delivered, na kupitia constitution devolution ikafanya nini? Devolution ikazaliwa, it was given path, na kutoka hiyo devolution, angalia vile inchi yetu ya Kenya inang'aa tu. Kwa wale magovernors ambao akili yao iko mzuri, at least wamefanya vitu ambazo zinaonekana courtesy of Raila Amolo Odinga. So nikifinish, ningependa kuguzia mambo ya MC, alikuwa anaitwa nani? MC Kimani. MC Kimani alisema kuwa Anyang' Nyong'o alikuwa amepewa security intelligence kuwa Kondele kungekuwa na shida. Ushaona? So ndio nikataka kumuuliza kama Anyang' Nyong'o, who is junior to William Samoei Ruto, he was given that security brief kuwa ni kubaya. Then William Samoei Ruto yeye ndio alipokea hiyo security briefs kuwa Kondele ni kubaya. But William Samoei Ruto akaamua kufanya nini? Akaamua kujipeleka. So Ruto is the same person and his team. Sasa hivi they are yelling and crying that people should respect the constitution offices. And when the same bodies issues security alerts, which even touches their lives, they deliberately ignore those alerts. Angalia, William Samoei Ruto anasema kuwa msiguze hii katiba nini, but wakati sasa hizo offices zinapopeana instructions, William Samoei Ruto ana ignore. Now look at that man. Na huyo ndio, that is the man ambaye Wakenya mnataka kumpatie uongozi, mufikirie kuwa he is going to deliver. Hawezi. I rest my case. I thank you all. May God bless you and may God bless Kenya.
Okay, thank you, community. George, you dropped out. Are you okay now? Unmute. Okay, go ahead now. We can't hear you, George.
Mwambie angalie volume yake.
Make sure the volume of your gadget is up. You're mute. Unmute once. No, George, there is an issue with your audio. We can't hear you. I think drop out and then come back. We will, and we can't hear you. Get out and then when you get back. Too bad it's not coming through. Penny, please begin to give your closing remark to malize hii maneno.
Okay. I think my final submission is regarding the amount of money that the DP has been issuing in all the campaigns that he has been attending. And I think the government is so much quiet about it. The government should come out and confront this issue of Ruto having so much money that he distributes to his rallies. You know, the government should question whether it's EACC or whichever arm of government that is responsible. They should come out and question the DP on the kind of money that he dishes out. because I'm sure given an opportunity and he takes up the leadership of this country, he becomes the president, I'm sure he's going to account for all the money he has ever given out, and he's going to recover that money through some dubious mechanisms. So I think the government should not shy off from confronting him. They should not fear confronting him and asking him where he gets all this money. I think that's something that needs to be addressed, you know. That is impunity, you know, just dishing out money in a broad daylight, not fearing to be asked by, you know, to be asked to account for where he has gotten his money from, because people know his salary, people know his benefits and his capabilities. So where does he get all this money that he's dishing out in his rallies, and why is no one coming out to answer to question it? Yeah, so if we have to deal with corruption, first of all, we have to question where the DP is getting all this kind of money that he's dishing out to people. So that's my final shot.
Okay, thank you, Penny. That's a strong point. We need to have a relook at everybody's performance, but UD are known to be the leading lawbreakers and the loudest outcriers anytime somebody questions anything about it. So say either they want everybody to be afraid of them, yet they want to cry the victim of every matter. Themba, I will give you the responsibility to give out the shout out, and then we call it a day. George ni kama ameshindikana kurudi.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. Just a pointer on what Penny has said. You know, the problem with us is not because DP is spending, but he's taking advantage of the weak implementing institutions. You know, we do not have any. I think there are proposals from IBC, I think, on campaign financing and spending, but we have weak implementation of that legislation, because cross-board you'll find we don't have a mechanism to curb to follow how you use the finances within your campaign. In some jurisdictions, they follow, you have to account for the money used, who contributed to your campaign. You have to put that out and you have to account for it. But we don't have that in, if it is there in Kenya, it is so weak, such that politicians, not only the deputy president, all others also can easily go away with it. So I think it's something that as we move forward, as we may need to relook at the legislation and mechanism to pin down, because if it is open as it is right now, the DP is actually not doing anything wrong. It's only that probably is outdoing other people in terms of you know, the misuse or use of finances in terms of you know, getting the votes. So it's up to the Mwananchi to know what is your role. And I think what Mwananchis have always done is that they say, kula kwa so and so, kura kwa so and so. Some of them are actually waiting. There are people who are right now campaigning, but there are some of them who are just putting their finances. As we head towards the campaign, some of them say people come in the night before the voting and they give people 2,000. That time you have spent a lot of money. So until we have an environment or a structure that can create, you know, mechanism of knowing how much are you supposed to spend on campaign and where are you getting the money. So until we get that point, I think we'll keep seeing the likes of deputy president taking that precedence. What I want.
I need a clarification.
Yes, sir.
You have said that he's not doing anything wrong. The only problem is that he's outdoing the others. It might take sometimes it's the extremes that are bad if the normal one is not bad. Because eating is okay, but overeating is bad. It's greedy.
You know, someone
Having
does
an
not
affair
become
is
a bad
okay, but
sinner
having
because
an
they sin
affair with
different.
everybody,
Yeah.
you will be called
No,
a
no, no.
prostitute.
Let me come in here on that one. The law is clear on the issue of voter bribery, okay? And if we look at it from the historical recent history, when Kibaki banned Harambes, that is when we were able to lay a grip on corruption. Jubilee 2013, 2017 came in deliberately to return the culture of Harambes and use it as an avenue to justify these handouts. When they were banned under Kibaki, everybody was careful, including an MP sending you to be his representative in Harambee. He didn't even want his name mentioned because you will be banned into contesting for election. That law has not changed. It is just a calculated way of trying to defeat justice. Doing something wrong over and over until you want to now turn it into the norm. Na hiyo ndio tabia ya DP.
So,
It's not that there are no
Bernard,
laws. Yes.
Bernard, what I'm saying is, and what my emphasis is, the institutions that are empowered are given the teeth to implement that. Yes, it has always been there, but you realize across the board, across the political divide, most politicians do not follow that rule. Like right now, there's legally some of the MPs, if you pronounce yourself to the if you pronounce anything about another party that didn't sponsor you to parliament, you are deemed to have left, you know, that particular party. But you see, the last like 3-4 years, you've seen that thing going on, and even some people being so bluntly so saying that that party is dead, and yet it is the same party that took you to parliament. You're still in parliament with it. So we may have the things in paper, but if the implementation process is not active, it can always someone can take advantage of them, and that's what the DP is doing. He's taking advantage right now. He's going to a place. He's the deputy president. But he goes to a place and says that I'm giving you 1 million as empowerment. And he's saying that I know the government is doing this, but this one is mine. You see, he calls it empowerment. Basically, there's nowhere where the constitution tells you not to empower. You see, but now the problem comes in. It is happening within that political cycle. So we have not come very clearly. Number one, when did the political cycle begin? You see, so that has not been clear. There's no clear cut. As much as the law says that probably from next year, whatever is disbanded, the IEBC gives the campaign the campaign timetable. But you see, who follows that? The DP, like all of us, have now started saying that he has been running for 4 years. You see, for us, some of us are thinking that that's a very positive thing, that he has been on the ground for 4 years. You see, number one, that's already wrong. You know, so this is someone who, first of all, does not follow the constitution. So he actually broke the constitution as it is. The country has been on a constitutional mode for 4 years. And then now we are coming in and the same person wants to get into parliament. There's a time we asked here a question. What if he gets a deputy president who decides that for the next 5 years, I'm going to be campaigning for the next 4 years to be president? Would it be good for him? You know? So what if he is not respecting the constitution at this point and even the processes at this time? What assurances do we have that once he gets into power, he's going to respect the constitution? This is someone who can wake up and declare Kenya as a de jure, whatever, constitution, one party system. So we are looking at someone who has a tendency to disrespect the constitutional provisions. It is not right to bribe, but you're still going ahead and calling it empowerment, and you blatantly do that. So at the point of a head of state, I think is not right. However, I'm commenting on the behavior. It is a behavior that has persisted across board. Yeah. So until we have in our system a way that we can, curb it, where it can be punished, where if you cannot account for the money that you have used, that is directed to the campaigns, then you are supposed to refund that money to the exchequer or something like that, so that there's a sense of sanity. Otherwise, as it is right now, there'll be competition on who overspends.
Yeah, and there was something I wanted to say in my parting shots. I don't know whether it's there or not. I've seen some.
You haven't given your parting shot, and I wanted to call people's name. Okay, Bernard, there are two people who have
Just
given
in
their
1
parting
minute,
shot.
I'm not even taking.
I'm here now.
I've seen people repeating on this show talking about Ruto's sound bites in the rally, talking about ethnic parties. In Kenyan constitution, there is no anything called an ethnic party. In fact, what if you go to the requirements of a political party, some of the issues that, like part 2 of it says that a political party shall not be founded on a religious, linguistic, racial, ethnic, gender, or regional basis to seek engagement in advocacy. These are the requirements. For you to go there before your party is registered, they will look, if it doesn't fulfill that, it will be disqualified. So any party that has been registered must have fulfilled the basic minimums. So just because you are seeing a majority of people engaging from a particular place does not reduce any party to be an ethnic party. An ethnic party will not qualify to be registered. That one should be clear to everybody. These are just Ruto's own view, but in terms of requirements of a political party, none of these parties he calls ethnic parties are ethnic parties.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Before we bring in Joe, I just want to say one thing on William Ruto. William Ruto seems to be hell bent to demonize anything he doesn't believe in or anything that challenges his ideology. So since he cannot handle Vitendawili, he will brand and trivialize Kitendawili and turn it into a problem when Kitendawili is a normal riddle communication, which is part and parcel of our traditional African talks. And then he would want to demonize anything in trying to gain ground. I believe it's not that he doesn't know what he's doing. Okay, he deliberately knows what he's doing, and he goes ahead to do it as long as it will help him deceive 1, 2, 3, 4 people, and probably twist swing them to his side. He will go for it. Given a chance, William Ruto can rewrite for us a dictionary, rewrite for us a Bible, rewrite for us the Constitution, interpret it for us in his own way, and force us to follow that line of thinking. And that is, to me, somebody who is dangerous, given a responsibility to lead the country. Thank you. Let's hear from Joe as we close. Unmute, kwanza, Joe.
Asanteni sana. I was trying to do it with my laptop and it seems it didn't work. The sound didn't pick up. Naonekana sasa mumebaki watu wa nguvu hapa. So I have to be careful what I'm saying. Hakuna kina Kimani wanaona wamelala. I want to start by agreeing with Wekesa, what he said about registering a party. There are no tribal parties, yes. But Wekesa and me and all of us know as well as registering a political party, it's just a procedure you have to follow. But actually, there are actually tribal, most of them. They are just like the constitution. If you look at the constitutions of all these parties, they are more or less the same. But do we follow them? So we just write it because it's procedural, that you must have a manifesto. Jubilee had one of the best manifestos. Did they follow? They didn't. We have so many parties, but they're all tribal. PAA, King. It was basically for the cost for the Giriama. Just because the other people no Swahili, kina Joho, and you can see already they have groups, kina Joho and these other guys, kina Sahala, kina Mtoto Nasir, and all this. These are Arabu. So these things on paper, they look good. I've always said here that we sometimes think like the Western, but actually we act just like us, the way we act normally. The other two issues I want to talk about is the Kisumu incident. If you look keenly at that Kisumu incident, and I wish Kimani was here, and he was blaming it on Raila. This chaos can be instigated anytime you want. I wanted to tell Kimani that we had such a one where an oil tanker burst into flames and people were going to collect the fuel. How many such incidents have we had since such a one? I think there are several. There's one in Busia, the latest. So people don't learn. Because people are desperate, people are poor, they'll take advantage of anything. So if you drop money there, definitely chaos will start. It was not that it was pre-planned, no, by the people who caused chaos. It was pre-planned by the Ruto team. We drop money, chaos come out, and then we blame it on Raila. If you watch keenly on that video, when the stones started flying, Ruto remained on top of the car and he was talking, and that's the time he mentioned Raila. The standard procedures of the inner circle, those are the presidential guards. They should have taken Ruto into cover, put him inside the car, so that they give him the security required. That one did not happen. He kept on talking and stones were flying. Why? Ask yourself why. Why did the security not even take action? Ask yourself why. His close security guards. And why was it mentioning Raila at that particular time? So it was planned so that it can get media coverage. And then immediately after that, what has he done? He has gone to Central and is using that incident. So this was meant to buy sympathy from the Central guys, since some of them still hold some negative things about the Lakeside people and Raila. So that's why immediately after Kisumu incident, he went to Central to see if the messages has sunk or to get the sympathy that he wanted. So the Kisumu incident was well planned by Ruto team. I'm not saying him, but his team. So we cannot blame it on Raila. When people go for spilled fuel from a tanker, you can't blame it on somebody. It's just because people are poor and they want that fuel. That's all. You can't say at Raila or Anyang' Nyong'o. Who is Anyang' Nyong'o when such things happen? Why would the police give Anyang' Nyong'o the information? Does Anyang' Nyong'o have his own police? No. So that maybe just for information, but he could not act again. It is the police to act, and it's the Ruto who was supposed to take action. Actually, security briefs are given to people who can take action on it. If you have a problem, you don't go and tell it to somebody who will not take action on it. You actually tell the person who can take action on it. So who was supposed to take action? It was Ruto. But he refused, he defied the order. That means it was in their plan. So guys, the other issue I want to say is in this forum, there's a lot of bashing of Ruto. Some with facts, some without facts. Raila is also not perfect. Why can't we have a day so that we can point out? I'm very sure most of you see some of the things that he also fails to do or he does not do them the proper way. Ataki address, maybe somebody was saying stammering or anything, or how he expresses himself. Let's have a forum. Maybe they will pick it up.
Joe.
Asante.
Yeah, that's a pipe dream. You know, like Bernard always says that the people who come here are not vetted. That you're just supposed to come in as Raila supporters or Ruto supporters. That is the work of the other people. It's even when you are going to war, you don't come in and start telling your opponent that, you know, even me, I have this weakness. It is their problem to focus on your weakness. It is not your problem.
It's like scoring into your own goal.
What I believe, let me talk to you, gentlemen and lady. What I believe, there are some things that you see that can be improved on the Raila side.
Those ones, Joe. I would be very, very surprised if Mwango would come here and then start yapping about the negatives of Ruto. You know, strategic thinking means that if you are to highlight on issues that are not working for your team, you go do it in another forum privately, because you don't want to give your enemies ammunition to use against you. But as much as possible, you come and paint your candidate as the most. But at the back, you go tell the king, hey, if you are to work at these areas, that will be ideal. It is the work of Mwango to come and punch holes on Raila as much as they want.
Their propaganda is at another level. So if you come here discussing Raila's weaknesses, you'll just be opening up a can of worms, you know. And it will
Okay,
work.
I'm getting you. But I think you're also not getting me. I'm getting you.
What Joe is sympathetic. You are sympathetic to the Uda guys.
No. I'm saying
where are the Uda guys? Where are they?
No, let me ask you, Joe. Have you ever seen any day Dennis Itumbi wake up with his Bonoko thing and say that this is the problem with William Ruto? Have you ever seen even 1 minute?
Let me answer. Dennis Itumbi is working for Ruto. Are you working for Raila? Or this is a forum to educate Kenyans? That's the difference.
No. I am in his campaign. I am not here to educate people. I'm here to support my candidate.
I thought this forum
was let me tell you, that one of teaching should be for the moderate guys who don't belong to either side. But for us who have declared our stand,
is not work with older guys. We know them so these guys.
I am not saying
you are missing the point. Tunafunga station tafadhali.
Yeah,
Naomba
missing the point. I'm saying, can we talk on things that can improve? What we see is something that needs to be improved on the Raila side. I'm not saying poke holes.
Okay, thank you.
Have you seen Uda talk about it, what they want to improve on Ruto's side?
Ngoja wekesa. You people ni kama mnataka kufunika kila kitu.
Joe wants to score
I get
goal.
Joe's point, and you are free to do that from this platform, but we cannot make that as a program on this platform.
Wow, I get you.
So you're free to, when you are giving your support, and you say, like, there was a time we discussed about the microphone of Baba going off in the middle of his address, and we dealt with the person who was in charge of the media that kind of nonsense should stop, because for the respect we have for Baba, there are some mistakes we cannot forgive his handlers when they let them happen. This is a senior citizen, an international figure, cannot be beating the microphone like this during the address. So we are free to do that, but we cannot make it as a formal address to the Orange House or to the Azimio la Umoja Secretariat. That's how I look at it.
No, Bernard, you see, the thing is, Joe thinks that we should come here for 3 hours to just say, Baba this. No.
No.
We have mechanisms. Someone like Wekesa, we have direct contacts. I mean, we have other places where we go and do house cleaning.
Yeah.
But when you come
again,
here,
Themba, let it be direct. If Joe has an issue, just raise it. We discuss it. And nobody, by the way, censures people that this is how you talk when you are supporting Baba. You talk the way you want. And nobody, we rebuttal if it doesn't make sense. We will not say because you are a Baba supporter, you should not have said this. We will only rebuttal if it doesn't make sense. But if you think it is a point that makes sense, we will see you as a moderate guy and we will just be happy.
Okay, nawasikia.
Yes.
Unaongea na kama iko contract signed somewhere.
Yeah. Sisi tumesign contract ya Baba na tuko na mandate ya kwamba wale watakuja hapa kupiga Baba tuko nao ana kwa ana.
We are willing to lay our lives down for Baba. We are willing to die for
Please.
Okay, let me give shout out so that we call it a night. I know you guys want to sleep. Dennis Ondieki, thank you. Arwanda Jr. Not nice show. Thank you. Alan Onyando. Martins Wilson, thank you so much for joining and giving your comments. They keep us going. Paul Karuma. Miguna, I almost thought this was Miguna, but it's Muguna. So that one is not the general. I'm told he's supposed to be landing in Kenya anytime soon. So 7th Estate, thank you so much. Those are the ones that I could pick from this side. So Eli Adao, Tom Onsongo, and all the rest. We really appreciate you coming in and joining, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. And again, kindly subscribe to the channel, share widely, so that we can have as many people, joining us. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the panelists, David, Joe, Community Ancestor, Penny, and even Wekesa. And David, who is joining us right now, I know David is Nimchana, so atawaweka hapa, but I know he understands that we are closing the studio. So better you can pray, and then we call it a night.
David asalimie na aende.
Amjambo wadau.
Hatujambo. Hatujambo David.
Bwana nyinyi nawainulia bwana. Mpaka hizi hamjalala, lakini sawa. Chapa kazi.
Wacha walale David. Wewe najua wewe.
Bye. Actually it is 5 p.m. No problem. Bye guys.
Thank you. Okay, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you for the privilege to be on this platform and to share our views on different issues pertaining the nation of Kenya and the upcoming elections. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will guide and lead this nation aright, deliver this nation from wrong leadership, establish your order from the top to the bottom in the name of the Lord Jesus, that this nation will not go to the dogs. Lord, we pray that you will navigate each and every voter, each and every voting system to cause the products that will come out of this election to be exactly what you have willed and what you have purposed. We thank you for every family, every community, and every minute segment of leadership in this nation. Let it be born out of your wisdom and out of your knowledge that Jehovah God, this nation shall be a reflection of who you are in heaven right here on earth. We give you thanks and bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. The Lord bless you. Let's do this again some other time.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.